Whatever that means.
Okay. Let's go ahead and test everybody.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing,
Good.
testing 4, 5, 6.
Looks good.
Go, no goes.
Testing 7, 8, 9.
Looks good.
And then Philakid's not here, so
I'll do it for him. Testing, 1, 2.
Zach?
Oh, I was 4, 5, 6.
Oh, okay, my bad. All you nerdles sound the same.
Wow.
that's good.
Thanks, King Padre.
Yeah, right.
We got the flux capacitor and the HPU.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and deafen
Hello, Starbase, Texas. This is Thomas, and with me I have Zach, Lucid, and Philakid. So, want to say hi, Zach? I guess Zach jumped out for a second. Lucid, do you want to say hi?
Hey everyone, looking forward to the static fire today.
And this is Philly Kid. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. And we're trying something out new here today, so bear with us because this should be exciting.
Yeah, this is going to be hot. At least I hope 33 engines hot between that and the whole new setup we have here. So a lot of things are changing very quickly and things are hopefully going to go rapid today. We saw a bit of venting on the table earlier. So that was a little bit of excitement, just pre-jitters for Starships, or the basically Booster 7's static fire here. So we do have some conversation topics to go over, as well as questions. If you have questions, please type @questions. We'll pick those up as we go through. So starting us off, we do have the big one, the 33 engine static fire. We're expecting it. Do you guys, what are you guys expecting so far for the testing here today? Oh, and I think I heard Zach.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going? Sorry about that. I had to step away and grab some coffee.
So welcome. So yeah, we're just going to be going through what we're expecting for the static fire here today. What are the steps here?
Let's see. Well, number one, we're going to want some tank farm activation. But yeah, I think we're going to see maybe a similar process to what we've seen in the past tests as far as the 14 engine static fire. And it looks like we have a little bit of green screen issue going on. I don't know if that's because I showed up.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. We'll try to get that figured out.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing to see. We were talking about this the other day about how much propellant, let's say, is going to be loaded into the vehicle and how much it weighs, how much the vehicle weighs, et cetera, et cetera. So what are we looking at for, do you guys expect, let's say, Booster 7 for the, like, let's say the LOX tank? How much do you think they will fill it, let's say, in a proportion?
That's a great question. So, with the last static fire test of the 14 engine, we saw, or sorry, that was 11 engine. We had a lot more fluid level, I believe, for the. Actually, no, think about it. Which one had the highest fuel level? I think it was actually the 14 engine test where they loaded it a little more. So I think there's a little bit of a range that we could see here, and that really depends on whether or not they're going to do like a semi-long duration test, or if it's just going to be, engine startup and then shut them all off.
Yeah. So, I mean, it kind of goes into the math, doesn't it? Like, we're looking at 230 metric tons of thrust per engine times 33 engines, and that's if they're at full throttle. It changes depending on what throttle level we're looking at, but that would be a bit over 7,000 metric tons of thrust. So you do have a table that's only able to take, let's say, that 7,000, a bit more for the hold down clamps. Do you think they're able to take that entire load, or do you think they need to weigh it down? That's kind of the base of the question, I guess.
Well, I think that the 14 engine test kind of showed us, I guess, not really them, but that, it's not really necessary to fully top the vehicle off in order to do that kind of test, because, with that 14 engine test, they're approaching, half of the engines. It's not quite half. And they had less than, I want to say it was a third of a tank when they did that. So, we should be able to assume that, they jump up to 33 engine test and probably equally or linearly increase the amount of liquid oxygen that's in the tank, as far as having like something to weigh the vehicle down. So with that being said, I don't think that they would need more than half a tank of liquid oxygen, but I guess for the purpose of just being safe and having less risk involved as far as like worrying about failure of those clamps or something like that, then maybe the more fuel, the better. But I guess that also increases the risk that you have of an actual, what would occur during a failure. You know what I mean? So there is the risk of failure at all times. And if it does fail, I guess the question is, how bad is that failure? So keeping it like just to the minimum that you need in order to get the job done is probably a good idea in this situation. But I have a feeling one way or another, we're going to be shocked in some way. I feel like there'll probably be something new that we haven't seen before, other than just the fact that it's a 33 engine test.
Oh, this is going to be crazy. Like, we're going to see things fail in some way, probably the Fondag. But it's going to be interesting. Like the Fondag, it should break up a little bit. I mean, 33 engines, it's not impervious to flames of that variety, and the 7,000 metric tons of thrust, or actually be more than that, depending on how much they vary that thrust. So you can throttle it down. If you do a deep throttle, you're at risk, and if they're doing an engine startup and shutdown, those are also areas at risk. So you don't want to do all three of those things, of low throttle or deep throttle and starting it up and stopping it, because that's like where bad things are possibly going to happen. So you want to do it at a good throttle, but not a bad one. So I guess one thing to bring it back to is that amount of locks that we were talking about. I looked up the image Jax posted earlier. It looks to be about 12 to 18 feet. So it's like 3 rings, 2 or 3 rings is what we're looking at on that 14 engine static fire. I thought there was a lot more. But yeah, that's a very small amount. That's like a 16th the size of the booster, as far as like how small that is.
Sorry about that, Thomas. Can you repeat the question? I accidentally fell out.
I was just saying that the LOX amount is about 12 to 16 feet, which is about 2 to 3 rings. So Jax posted an image to me before that showed just before or after the static fire of the 14 engines last time, and it's actually incredibly small of how much LOX they had in there. I thought they were going to be doing it over like half or even up to the max capacity with this whole test, but now I'm having my doubts. I'm expecting probably around that same range, or maybe just double that.
Yeah,
because you're doubling the engines.
11 engine test was the one where they had the higher load in there, and I think that possibly was due to the fact that they wanted to test the autogenous pressurization system. So that's may have something to do with why they had more fuel in there. And I don't know. To me, it almost looked like there was more thrust during the 11 engine static fire than the 14. Which is possible. I mean, because there's a range of how much thrust you can put out from these engines, right? So they can deep throttle all the way down to 40%, or they can theoretically go past 100%. I think for some reason, like planes and rockets seem to have the ability to go past 100%. I don't really know how that works.
100% would be nominal. That'd be the nominal range you're looking at. So the RS-25, I think, was like 110%, maybe a bit more than that, that they could throttle that to. But it was because it was originally built one way and they added more margin to it. It's like, this is what it's set for. Here's the software defaults of how much thrust you're giving it, but it can actually do more. So you have to add that into the calculations. And so now it's 125%, which technically in physics, it's like you can only give 100%. So this isn't using physics. This is just using their own math. So we do have a couple other parts we can talk about here. So earlier we're talking about destruction, essentially. So the pad is one area that most likely gets destroyed, at least in small parts. If they do go through and destroy small parts, one simple solution is just a quick bit of Martite to patch it up, ready for an orbital test flight. But we also have some other things coming along that could change that whole dynamic. So we've got that new water deluge system that's coming into play. And speed of which we actually had water deluge go off twice this morning. So we did see that, or the Fire X system. So that will help in some regards of preventing the concrete basically from fracturing and being destroyed. And Philakid is not here with us. I thought he was. I guess he dropped out for a second. But yeah, Zach, what do you think about how easy it would be to replace the Fondag or Martite or any of those kinds of things?
Oh, well, I guess maybe we can full screen Nerdle Cam really quick and kind of show what we're talking about as far as that water deluge system goes. But on Nerdle Cam in the bottom right corner, you can see that there's those 4 white horizontal tanks down there. And those were obviously delivered this week. So it was a bit interesting because of how much they were in a rush to get those installed. They left their original location, which was at the Pad 39A complex at the Kennedy Space Center, and they came straight to Starbase. And as soon as they arrived, they lifted them off the barge and put them on trucks and sent them straight here, and then installed them right away. So it's interesting that they seem to be in a rush to get those in here. But the thing about this is that these tanks are not, well, as far as their original intent, they're not designed to be water storage tanks. So they're essentially what is known as like a buffer tank or like a giant water hammer arrestor. So you can see in front of them, there's that huge pipe on the ground. So that pipe is about, I think it's 3.5 to like 4 inches wide. You can walk through it pretty easily without having to.
Feet, not inches.
What did I say? Inches?
You said inches.
Wow, feet. Yes. So you could pretty much walk through that thing. You may have to duck down a little bit, but if you imagine how much water is going through that for I don't know, 200 to 300 meter run, it's a lot of force. So like when you open up the valves and you have it's basically like a flash flood going through the pipes, and you don't want that to like slam against the valves when you shut them. And then if any of you have ever heard a water hammer in your house, I don't know if any of you have ever lived in a house with water hammer, but it's pretty loud. And I can only imagine what that would sound like if you increase the diameter of the pipes by like tenfold. So, the getting back to what I was saying, these are not actual storage tanks. They're just made to redirect the water when the valves are shut so that it has somewhere else to go other than just slamming against the valve, essentially. And so that means that they're missing an actual water tank. And so from the aerial views, we've kind of been able to see that there's another square pad that's right next to this location, which which is more than likely going to be where that water tank ends up being placed. And I mean, clearly they haven't even started on that yet. So it kind of seems to me like they're getting set up for a water deluge system, but they're not actually installing it yet. And I don't know, I guess the way to interpret this would be like, the results of this 33 engine static fire test may be the deciding factor on whether or not they do the water deluge system before or after the first launch. I mean, if it does end up tearing up the pad, then I don't know. I guess if it's a quick repair, they may just like, all right, well, we'll just repair it and then do this launch and then we'll install it after. But obviously, if it completely destroys the pad or if something happens, to the booster itself, like destroyed vehicle during this test, then yeah, they're definitely installing water deluge after this. But I think this test will tell us a lot about what we should expect in the near future as far as that system goes.
Yeah, so we're still talking about the subject of destruction. You've got the table, basically the pad or concrete down below, and then you just mentioned the vehicle. What do you think will be the expected, at least, like normal values of what you'd see for a 33 engine static fire on the booster? What should basically happen as far as the booster goes? Like, what do you expect to see come off of it? If there's anything hanging off of it or anything like that. That's like, oh, that should go away or or anything along those lines. Because I do know that we have some changes that are being made to Booster 7, for instance, on the HPU unit.
Yeah, we may be able to see that a little better from the Rover 1 cam view. If we could toss that up, we can look at that HPU. I found that a little interesting that they actually have not replaced it. So hopefully we'll see that here in a second. But the HPU is basically the hydraulic power unit, and that is responsible for controlling the thrust vector control system for the Center 13 engines. And so on the left screen that you guys are looking at right here, Rover 1 cam, you can see that on the side of the booster, there is the missing shield that goes up there. And on the top right camera, Rover 2, you can see what it looks like when the HPU is present. So the booster comes with 2 of them, and right now only one of them appears to actually be installed. I don't know. Do you think this is even necessary for this test? I mean, obviously they're
don't
going
think
ahead
it
without
is.
it, but
I think that they've got it in a bypass. So they've got on the left top side, there's a line that's coming in from the left, and at the bottom there's another line, and basically they've just connected the 2. So it's been bypassed, and they have 2 HPU units. One on the right side, you can see here on Rover 2 up at the top right. That's one of the HP units. It's got those 2 ring discs, and it's got a cover that looks kind of like a, I don't know, Batmobile or something. But basically, that is the HPU cover, and there's 2 of those. Basically, should be a 2 HP units, so a hydraulic power unit. It puts pressure for what is the thrust vector control for the Raptors and gimbaling, and I suspect that it's redundant. So you have 2 of those systems. So if one of them fails as you're launching or landing, you still have enough basically pressure to move those engines around and not have an issue. So by having 2 of them, it's actually putting less work on each HPU unit, which should decrease its it should increase its longevity, but decrease its wear down and that kind of thing. So I think we really could have the static fire today and not have any issues. You could even gimbal the engines. They might not be as responsive or quirky as they normally would be, but they would be good enough for our purposes here today and even during flight.
yeah, part of me is hoping they kind of keep it basic and they don't need to do all that engine gimbaling stuff, just light all of them and then turn all of them off. I'm a little nervous for anything that goes past like 7 seconds.
I'm going for like 3 seconds for 33. It's like that's about the right amount of energy, and it's enough to turn it on and turn it off real quick.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of hoping that after this test, there is a little bit of a delay between now and the launch, because I think it would be nice to see them actually install that water deluge ahead of time. But there is a possibility that doing so could take at least a month, if not 3. I feel like saying a month is like the low end, because this water tank that they're going to install, or allegedly install, as far as in my opinion, would be a rather large tank, and it would be also pretty tall, ideally. So yeah, I mean, it could take a while to get all that stuff installed. But I mean, if like I said before, if today's test shows that it's not necessary to, that they can actually launch the vehicle without destroying it, without having a water deluge system, then they might just go ahead and do that, and then make the repairs of the pad as necessary, and install the deluge in the future. But yeah, it's. I'll just say I'm nervous. I'm nervous for this test. That's for sure.
I'm nervous for it too, as well. Like I've only slept 3 hours. I'm just waiting for something big to happen here, and this is going to be it. Like we're gonna see flames coming out of this beast, and it's gonna be like the dragon's breath all over again, except better. It won't blow up this time, and it's not intended to blow up. So, like we're talking about the water deluge, and that tank that we're talking about, you can see where it would be on Rover 2. It's just in front of those white tanks, is my belief and thinking. I'm hoping that we do have that tank start being built either after the orbital test flight because it's like, I hope it's not necessary. But today really kind of tells us, doesn't it? If we need that water deluge system for the orbital test flight, because if things are going to go really bad, they'll know very quickly. It's like, oh, this is shaking everything apart. We need more basically sound dampening, and water deluge is how you do that.
Yeah, I'm almost the lack of work on preparing that, a water tower right now almost makes me wonder if it's possible that it's being like constructed off site or something and may just arrive all of a sudden on a barge. I don't know how they would get something that large to the site though, because most water tanks like that are actually pretty wide. But at the same time, they did transport those the 11-meter shells for the GSE tanks. So I don't know. Maybe a full water tank being transported down Highway 4 is not that unreasonable.
Well, the water tank that they have, let's say or at least I would assume is a water tank at 39A, is about 55 feet. I don't see there's any way they could transport that down Highway 4. They would basically have to take the landing pad and build the rings, ring by ring, on the landing pad and shift them over and basically build it up as they did at 39A. If they're building the similar sized and type structure for a water tank, it's very complex, and the moving the like, I think there were about 12.5 meters for these the tank shells. Those will fit on the roadway and they're tall and everything else, but I don't know about the 55 feet. It's a bit sketchy at that point. You'd have to clear everything along your way or make it a bit taller just to get over the like shipping containers or whatever else could be something you run into. They could move it. It's just, oh, that looks so hard.
Well, so I mean, we would be talking about like a typical water tank that you would see in most like small cities, right? Like all over Texas, you see these kind of water tanks, or basically the same water tank that you have at Pad 39A.
Well, are you talking about the tall one on stilts?
I'm talking about a tall one.
Yeah. So I'm talking about like it's a barrel tank similar to what we have as the tank shells, but it might be multi-layered because of how they want to set things up. I'm not sure exactly if this is correct, but the one at 39A for their water tank, it looks to be that they want to pressurize it with nitrogen gas and then use other pumps as well to just make it really move. They're putting a lot of water through it, and that's why we need these large water hammer surge tanks you talked about before. It's like, that makes sense. You want to have as many of these systems in line because you're moving so much fluid. If you suddenly stop that fluid or you stop it, you're going to get the water hammer, and you need these tanks already here to help avoid just destroying your pipelines, because your pressure is peaking so high when you do the water hammer and turn it off. you blow pipes out. It's not meant to take those pressures. Hey, Philip.
One of the thoughts that I had with the water supply in the tanks, and you're talking about the size of them, they can't put in a large tank that they can't capture all the water from that tank on site, so they can't let it flow into the mud flats. So one of the things is they're going to be extremely limited in the amount of volume that they can do at this point in time until they get the retention basins in.
Yeah, well, I mean, part of that is it might already be happening right now. So on NerdleCam here, you can see all along the right-hand side, there is this retention wall. It just keeps on growing and growing and growing. And it looks like they're removing a bit of soil as well. I suspect that they are getting ready to make that part of their retention pond. Right now, that is the land that they have access to with the approval of the Army Corps of Engineers. So they're using as much as they can. Later on, they seem to be wanting to increase the size of their land, but it goes into the area which would require the Army Corps' approval. But what do you make of that on Nerdle 2 here? Or Nerdle Cam? There's no Nerdle 2.
Well, again, as I point out, that the size of that area would be this limiting size of the amount of water you would be able to use, because you don't want it overflowing that catchment area. So, having a tank as big as that they have down at 39A might not be in play until they get a larger catchment area, because in volume, that's not a whole lot of water there.
But if you're expecting most of the water to get vaporized,
Then we got to factor that in. Yep, absolutely.
Well, so before you launch and after your launch, that water deluge system will be going consistently. That basically cools things down before it launches and after it launches, which is good. But you need to catch it. So as Philakid's pointed out, it needs to go somewhere. So right now, I'm wondering as well, this is just a little bit more theory crafting, if the hammer tank or hammer arrestor tanks, basically the water hammer arrestor tanks, sorry, are currently, they're looking at maybe using them for a water deluge system, potentially for even the OTF1, but it would be not nearly the capacity that we would be looking at afterwards. It would just be kind of a drizzle, and we just need a little bit more something because we're trying to protect our orbital launch mount and other infrastructure, which we don't want to see blow up or get destroyed. So I guess would that theory make sense if it's this size of a retention area? So PK, you want to go for that one as far as like the amount of water versus what we see here?
Well, again, I was looking the other day at a video of what was happening down at the NASA launch, and the amount of water that was going out onto the it was at let me rethink that a second.
Well, I was going to look up some interesting info if I could to see how much volume I would get out of there if I removed all the soil and just said that, like, what was it, maybe a 6-foot berm or that retaining wall, how much volume that could hold. And it's going to take a moment, but I can still look up that info later. But I guess one quick thing for any of those who are listening right now, if you like the stream, give us a thumbs up on the YouTube algorithm here. It definitely likes to promote that when people are interacting with that. And also, if you haven't, please like, share, and subscribe. For everybody else. But as far as the rest of your question, did you think about the answer?
Yeah, I did. And my point was that the amount of water they dumped onto the mobile launcher was not as much as they dumped into the flame pit below. And because we don't have a flame pit, the amount of water they're going to be dumping will not be as huge a volume as we see like at Stennis and we've seen in those tests. And we know that the elevation of the OLM and the amount of the amount of moisture that's going to be, as Zach was saying, is going to be evaporated. A lot of that, I think, you're going to balance what the supply is to what you're able to capture, and I guess that's my main point. And that they don't need to flood the pad with 6 feet of water. They only need to flood it with maybe 2 feet of water or a foot of water, so that and just because it's only going to be there for a short period of time during the launch.
So you need to start it before the actual launch, and then from what I've calculated, once it releases the clamps, so let's say there's 3 seconds of it, basically almost like a static fire, and then it will release the clamps, and then 7 seconds later, it's already past the tower. So at that point, you don't need to continue with your water deluge. The flames are gone. You still get a bit of noise, but you have enough water there already to help dampen that. So yeah, I think that works.
We do have a few donations that I'd like to point out.
That'd be awesome. Go ahead.
I got Crow Guy with 5.99 euros. Steve Minot, 5 euros. JK Video, $20. Oscar Warble, a member for 15 months. Space Cowboy, a member for 1 year. Anonymous, $5, free Stumpy. Paul A, member for 37 months, LabPadre Gold. Alaska Space, member 2 years. Here's a question. What if the pipe they were installing next to the methane hippos is for water refill from the surge to the surge tanks? And I think we've got more than one pipe running across there, and
We might be a good idea for us to show that on Rover 2 camera.
I think Rover 2 might be having some difficulties at the moment, but I can try.
Okay. Well, bear with us, everyone. We are experimenting with some new software this morning. Actually, I suppose it's afternoon now. But yeah, so we're trying to dial in all of the settings on this. So if we have some issues, just be patient with us. But we'll see if we can show that view, and then if we can, we will be able to better answer that question.
okay.
But maybe we can come back to that one.
Sure. Red Baron, member 2 years. Can we call the new tanks stop hammer time?
Oh wow. I don't know about that one. I like it though.
Catch this. Yeah, I like it.
Kaduba, new member. Welcome to LabPadre Gold. Scott Babcock, a new member. Welcome to LabPadre Gold, Scott. Pete 2.0, member for 2 years. Thanks for your hard work, Lab. 55 Chevy guy has a question. Can they use one of the last test articles for the FAA license? Oh, I'm sorry. Can they use one of the test articles at Massey's for a water tank?
Sure.
Yeah.
Like you can use pretty much anything as a water tank. The question is how much volume you're trying to get out of it. I think you actually had a really good idea a little while back, Zach, about which vehicle they were going to or could have used as a water tank. You want to elaborate on that one if you get my drift?
Yeah,
I'm
I'm still sad about it. It's just kind of a thought that occurred to me as they shortly after they were scrapping it. But at the Sanchez site next to or I guess behind the High Bay and Mega Bay, there is at least one or two water tanks over there that used to be Starship test tanks. So I believe that was, oh man, Jack's gonna kill me. SN BN 2.1, BN 2.1, and oh man, I can't remember what the other one is. But either way,
6.1.
6.1. Okay, so they
26. Yeah,
26.1. Sorry. So they've. Wait, that doesn't sound right.
it doesn't sound right, but that's what it is for those two tests at those two test vehicles at Massey's.
Well, I'm talking about the ones that are now water tanks.
Oh, sorry. That is B2.1 at Sanchez. I don't know if there's another one out there that is a water tank. Oh no! Wait, you're right. There is another one at 7.1, I think.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so they've taken these older Starship test tanks and turned them into water tanks. Sometimes that is like the final test that they do. They do their last structural verification test on them for the purpose of testing things for Starship. But then once they finish that and they no longer have a purpose for it, occasionally they'll just keep them and use them as like a water tank, which they've done, as I mentioned, twice. So I figured they could be able to do that with a vehicle as well. And, unfortunately, that's not going to happen because they've scrapped it. But I figured Booster 8 would be a good candidate to do that with because, you don't have to build a water tower because the booster is a water tower. I mean, it's really tall. If you have it on its transport stand and just have it bolted to the ground, Oh, hold on. Looks like we may have some venting out of the launch mount.
Yeah, I see that too on Rover 1. If we could zoom in on that, that would be awesome. It's just right above those stairs on that top right image here. That's a pretty big sign. It's the chill down of those pipes. We have to have the pipes there. They've got a thermal mass to them, and if you do not go through and purge the entire system and cool down the temperatures, if you start pumping in oxygen and methane through the pipes, you basically just boil it off, and it does no good to anybody, and it just puts gas into the booster. You want to vent it off somewhere while you're, especially for like the lock side, you can just vent it off and it's fine. So you open up that valve and you start pumping the fluids through there. Oh, that's so nice to see.
Yeah,
we do have
started earlier than I was expecting.
We do have somebody who's not quite on site, but they can see it live from where they're at. Connor, are you with us now?
So, hello, everybody else. Sorry if you hear any wind noise coming through my mic, because I am indeed at, I can see it with my own eyes. I can see the launch mount and the tower and everything. So, yeah, I'm here. About 4 miles away.
You got like a 3 or 4 second lead on us on the time of these things, so don't give everything away.
Yeah, no spoilers here. Don't worry.
I can hear the grackles in the background.
Yeah, there's a lot of wildlife around here. Some cats walking in front of my MacBook. There's some, it's very lively out here. Got the Rio Grande right behind me. I can see the Starship and the booster in front of me, and then if I turn around, I can see Mexico and the Rio Grande River. So it's actually quite a nice view from out here.
Well, I'm definitely jealous of that, but I'll probably be down there for the launch. Can you hear anything from that fire as far as like the actual sounds of the tank farm? I'm guessing not.
Yeah. Well, when there's some major venting, we can definitely hear it sort of low, sort of not. It's just you can hear it. It's very faint, but you can definitely hear the big ones. It's not too much as just static, just in the background. I can't hear it all the time. When they do major events, yeah, definitely.
If you hear the Starship right now, is it going shh to the grackles?
I mean, it should be, because they're definitely. I think they know I went live, because I swear they weren't doing this too much like 2 minutes ago.
They're like, I'm not gonna shut up. You shut up.
Exactly.
Oh, that's funny. So can you actually hear the booster and the table venting right now?
So it's a little tough because I do have my headphones on here, because I've getting the audio through there. But it's when I take my ear off or one of the cups off, I can definitely hear. It sounds like I don't know the best way I can describe it is like it sounds like a jet passing overhead, sort of that kind of sound. It's not as much. It's very faint. It's not. We're talking cruising altitude.
Well, I imagine you'll definitely be able to hear the static fire from your location, so that's going to be pretty exciting.
I've got, gentlemen, let me pop in here and get some super chats out of the way, and then we can get back.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely.
Thomas Bumonti, $1.99 US. Thank you very much, Thomas. If anything helps, and we appreciate it all. Ken Gill for $4.99 US dollars. Thank you very much, Ken. And Muth Bab, $100 US. Thank you very much. Great work, Lab. Informative, and keep it up is his comment. Thank you very much, Muth Bab.
Wow, thank you, Muth Bab. That is awesome. So if you have any questions, let us know. Type @questions, and we'll go through and answer them as we can. So this is going to be an interesting day. And one question that I've thought of that is relevant to here is we're looking forward to seeing a static fire. What if we have more than one event to happen today? So what if we're looking at, let's say, a spin prime and then a static fire? That was an idea that has come forth a couple of times now. And it's like, we've replaced a lot of engines. Would that make sense to you guys? To do a spin prime and then a static fire in the same day?
Yes. I mean, we've only seen that happen one time, I think. Oh man, my memory's failing me on this one because there's been so many tests. I mean, in the past, it seemed like they needed to do spin primes before every static fire. But then the last test, they did not do a spin prime before that. So, yeah, I mean,
Didn't we see that on a Starship? I think it was 24 when it was earlier on. I think we did a spin prime and then they went to a static at one point.
My gosh, my memory is even worse than yours. I'm thinking of like SN8. We did a spin prime and then a static.
I want to say on 24. It happened on 24.
Wow, that's recent then. Because like that entire idea of being able to do a spin prime, you have two different procedures to do the whole test. So if we did one, would we fill the tanks and then do the spin prime and then dump it and send it all back to the either the orbital tank farm or just dump it out into the flats, and then you start up the whole procedure again and then you do the static fire? I mean, which one of those two scenarios would you guys think would be what SpaceX would choose here if they're going to do a spin prime and a static fire?
Well,
PK.
isn't a spin prime part of the startup sequence?
It would be, but you just you don't ignite it. So you go through and check to make sure everything works the way you expect it to, and then you don't ignite the system, and you can go through, look at the numbers, verify that everything's within tolerance and range, and then you go through and either you unload and reload the propellants, or you just start up the whole sequence again and do another static fire, but this time you ignite it and you have the actual duration set.
All right, this is getting interesting. I have a prediction that we're going to have a lot more liquid oxygen in the tank than normal. It seems like the liquid oxygen side of the tank farm is definitely picking up, and it doesn't look like methane pre-chill has even started yet. So,
do we have of that we could see the lock
I don't know
side?
if we have the ability to see Rover 2 right now from this camera or not.
Sapphire might have a view of the left-hand side and see some venting, but it'd be a little bit harder to make out. Maybe that one would work if Rover 2 doesn't. But yeah, I'm excited to see what you're talking about here. I just need to pull up a cam here.
Yeah, we may be able to see it from Raptor Roost as well. But yeah, you guys can see that the venting has picked up. It actually has died down a little bit again, but definitely more visible than it was about 10 minutes ago. So it seems like, as I mentioned before, that they are in that liquid oxygen pre-chill process. So what we're basically waiting on is for this little stream of gas coming out to stop basically evaporating. Well, I guess it is already evaporated, but stop disappearing shortly after it comes out. It's kind of just like, disappearing rather quickly. But once they get close to actually finishing that pre-chill process, the liquid oxygen flow will be like nearly all the way across the site. So it'll hang around on the ground for a really long time, and that's when you know that they're getting close to actually ending that pre-chill process.
You can see now on the Sapphire cam, we do have that view of the venting going on there. So there's quite a bit. It's not as much as I was expecting, but you can see tons just coming out of the back of the table there, especially on this view. It's a bit higher. So we're about as high, or just a little bit. We're about 400 feet high on Sapphire Tower, which is shorter than the integration tower, which is over 400 feet. It's the tallest structure in South Texas, south of San Antonio. Wow, I'm having a lot of gaffes there.
I've got a couple of questions here.
Awesome, let's go for it.
Carl Furstenberg. I don't know if you picked up my question before. I'm sorry, Carl. I think I didn't. How much propellant will 22 engines burn per second? Please put it in units people can relate to. For example, bathtubs. There you go, Thomas.
Oh, bathtubs. I don't know that unit, but I can try to find a conversion real quick here. But a simpler answer is about 1 ton a second for each engine. So trying to find out the exact bathtubs that would be is going to be interesting. But that's I think the metric ton or U.S. ton. They're pretty close. So let's see here. If we're talking about 3 seconds for 22 engines, that's 66 tons. It's pretty easy. Let's see if I can get an answer out of Google. Nope. It just gives me links to Google or to bathtubs that I could purchase. I'm just trying to find a way of doing division with that, and that didn't work. Bathtubs is not a unit.
While you're trying to run that down, I've got a super chat from Andy Ragg for £5 sterling. And here's a question. Been lurking here every day since the days of Stumpy Cam. Keep it up, guys. And that was also a comment from Andy. Question here from Anonymous, or how much to feed and freeze Stumpy?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, he has to kind of put out the signals for how much it costs to feed him. He has to send us money, and you have to double it, I think, or just outmatch it, and that helps feed Stumpy. It keeps him gets him a little bit more cozy in his little cage there that we have for Stumpy. He's the one who operates cams for us, so he's not really in a cage. For those of you who are tuning in, it's just the rolling joke. We had a shipping container called Pad Cam that we placed our cameras on, and it was always the joke that he was inside controlling the cams for us in there. So, feed Stumpy. Do we have any other good questions?
No, that's it. Let me see. Let me try another area here.
Well, while you're looking for that, I'll point out that if you guys are watching the cam, you can see that, as I mentioned before, that the flow coming out of the vent on the side of the launch mount is slowly transitioning over to liquid phase. Doesn't look like it's quite there yet, but you can see that it's really starting to pool up on the ground. It may actually be close to being a liquid.
I see little things of dense. It looks like a cloud, like it's a falling cloud, which is clouds don't fall like that. It's the liquids coming out. I think it's burping a bit, and those liquids are just slowly coming out. So, do we have a view on Rover 1 that would show it as well?
Let's see here.
I have an answer to one of our earlier questions. This is STS-125. 19 September, Booster 7 did a spin prime and static fire. Was spin prime detank / recycle, then 7-engine static fire?
Okay, so Booster 7. That was the answer. It wasn't 24. I guess it was Booster 7 on September 19th. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, STS-125.
And then civilian space, why do they start one end of the tank farm before another? And why is half of the HPU cam missing? Or half HPUs missing?
Oh, that's 2 questions. Let's start with the first one. So why do they start the one end of the tank farm before another as far as the venting? We actually have seen them start it off at the same time before, but we've also seen them offset it back and forth. It's like they've got 2 different conditioning processes for the fuel farm. So you've got the methane side and the LOX side. Right now on Rover 1, we can see the LOX side going full bore. We could also have that cam actually moved over to see the venting off of the table too. That would be great. But yeah, it's interesting is that like they do go through and condition them basically in parallel, but it takes time for it to kind of settle, I think. And they're looking at two things: pressure and temperature, and it's mostly the temperature that they're doing at the beginning phase. So they're just bringing down the temperature of the pipes, making sure that they're not over pressurizing everything, because the pipes do have thermal mass, and when they put liquids in, it does start to build up the pressure, and so you have to relieve that somewhere. So you actually had a really good point the other day on RGV's weekly stream, Zach, that you mentioned what you thought was the best answer for what they do with the methane side. Like, how does that go?
As far as with the pre-chill process?
Yeah, and then like, what do they do with the rest of it as well? That's kind of the two parts of that.
So, I mean, I guess as far as like why they start one side of the tank farm before the other, a lot of times they are actually starting them both at the same time. Matter of fact, I think the methane kettle boilers just turned on. I can kind of see them over the back side of the berm. It almost looks like they are doing the pre-chill process for methane. So I think sometimes it has something to do with whether or not they are planning of loading equal amount, or not equal amounts, but doing a equal fill on both tanks. So as far as percentages go, so if they're filling both tanks to 50%, then they'll probably start the pre-chill process at the same time. But if they're going to be running liquid oxygen way longer than running the liquid methane, then they would probably start the liquid oxygen early. But
what do they do with the methane side? So they don't just dump it out, right? Where
yeah,
do
exactly.
they put the methane?
So on this camera, right now you can see there's a vent going straight up in the air, like a little bit to the right, in the middle of the screen, and both of those are the methane recondensers. There's actually two of them. There's one a little lower to the ground, and there's this tall one right that's they're basically overlapping right now. So the fact that both of those are going right now tells us that they are definitely moving methane through the system, because what they're doing is recovering it. So just like how the liquid oxygen is pouring out of the vent on the side of the launch mount, the methane is doing the same thing, except it's not being vented, it's being recovered. So they send it back to the tank farm and run it through those recondensers and liquefy it again, and then send it back to the storage tanks.
That's perfect. I mean, because I remember ages ago Elon talking about just with the suborbital pad that they were claiming the methane. The second part of the question from Civilian Space was also, why is one half the HPU missing? And that's on rover cam. So if we could zoom in there on that, that would be perfect. So we think that they've had an issue with the either the pump or a leak inside of the, I guess you could say the, what is that called? Shoot. The piping, I guess you could say, for the hydraulic unit. Now the unit itself is probably no good, or parts of it are no good, and the only spare that they have was Booster 8. So we'll probably see Booster 8 come along and finish that off with its own cover. So they're going to, not cover, but its own HPU unit. So it's going to be donated to Booster 7. They're basically like twins. I think that's it for questions for now. If you have any other questions, type @questions. Do we have any other things to go over, Philakid?
I do have a couple super chats. One of them from Stumpy, $20 US to feed Stumpy. That's how much it costs. And I've got AA5MC, $5 US. And Crow Guy, €5.99. Root beer for Stumpy.
That's awesome. Looks like we have a couple more donations as well, if you want to go over those too.
Oh, Anonymous, $10 US. Here's to the awesome coverage. Thank you very much, Anonymous. Philip Moyer, $10 US. Haven't been around for some months, so apologies for the dumb questions. Will we be able to see the start of the engine chill on the large table?
That's definitely a Zach question. You want to go over that?
Yeah. So it appears that initially, I guess when they first started this whole testing campaign, they originally used to vent the Raptor chill directly below the booster, and then, as most of you know, Booster 7 had a little accident back in July of last year, when it actually had a detonation event occur underneath the engine skirt. And so ever since then, they've been redirecting the Raptor chill venting, and that location is actually like basically at the end of where this tail of venting is coming from, where where that picture-in-picture just popped up. It's right there. So when they start loading liquid oxygen onto the booster, we'll probably see that venting start coming out of the ground over there. And I believe we'll actually see more than we have in the past because of the fact that they'll be testing all 33 engines instead of 11 or 14 like they have in the past. So yeah, I think that it's going to be really noticeable, and I was actually kind of hoping that they would get rid of that system and move on to like a more permanent solution, because this is kind of a temporary solution. But we have not seen that yet. So maybe during the launch we'll see them change things up a little bit. But as far as we know right now, at least the outer 20 engines and possibly all 33 are still directly connected to the launch mount using hoses that have to actually screw on to the what do you want to call them? The ports, the Raptor chill venting. So still can't launch like that, but we're going to have to see what the permanent solution is.
So, as far as what we view, should we see any of the engine chill directly? Where would that go to answer the final part of that question?
Well, the engine chill will be where the picture-in-picture is right now. So,
okay, so underneath the picture-in-picture.
Yeah.
And that'll be after all of this venting's over, and it's like nothing's venting on the table, and we'll suddenly see that start venting down there.
Yeah, shortly after they start loading the liquid oxygen onto the booster, we'll probably see that occur.
I have a couple super chats.
Let's keep going. Yeah.
Down the tubes, $2 Canadian. Which way is the wind blowing today at Starbase? And it's out of the northwest. 55 Chevy guy, $20 US. Feed Stumpy. Stumpy's getting hungry. It's lunchtime.
So Connor, actually, that previous one for the wind blowing, Connor, which way does it seem like it's blowing for you?
It's a sort of southwesterly wind, if I, just from my senses right now. But I'd say yeah, southwest.
And those are lower level winds you're talking
Or sorry,
about
southeast.
here.
I'd say about southeast probably. Just kind of depends. It's more south.
It's blowing towards the south, or it's from the south.
It's blowing towards the south.
Yeah, so the northwesterly winds, it flows from northwest to southwest.
Yeah, it's
we said the same thing.
Oh, yeah, I see. So it's not too windy. There's been a few gusts, but just overall, just the wind speed doesn't seem to be very high. I don't have my weather pulled up here. What does it say the wind speeds are?
Well, I figured you just stick out your thumb and test the wind direction real quick. Just
let me get it real quick for you. It's 26.7 miles per hour.
Perfect. Because you're our your eyes on the ground there, so we wanted to check with you and see what's going on your side. We can keep going, Philip. Thank you, Connor.
The real question to Connor is: it's strong enough to keep the mosquitoes away?
Actually, that's the most important part, to be honest.
How are the mosquitoes right now?
Well, right now, so I was here over the past few weeks, and I'd say around in between Thanksgiving and Christmas, it was they were pretty bad. But honestly, I haven't had too big of an issue with them since. So fingers crossed that we hold out for the rest of the winter.
Okay, I have a question, which actually was a response. Answer to our bathtub question. One bathtub holds 1.8 tons of liquid, 5.5 bathtubs to fuel a Raptor for 1 second. For one static fire of all 33 engines, we need 183 bathtubs. And that's from Soundrex.
Yeah, so if that's the tonnage you're talking about, is that you said 1.8? So it would be for 20.
0.18, sorry.
0.18. Oh, that changes the math then. Makes it a lot bigger of a number. I was like, wow, that doesn't sound right, but I guess those are big bathtubs. Okay, so you would be going from 22 to 27 to answer that question. 27, a lot of decimals, but anyways. Fun question. That was from Carl earlier.
Okay, Bilbin Saji, how would they catch the ship? The lifting point is different on the ship, correct?
Yes. So catching is not something that is currently built into the current models of Starship. So Ship 24 and above currently have a recessed pin system to lift it, but nothing to catch it. I went through extensively trying to figure out what the best option would be, and then went through and listened to Tim Dodd's interview with Elon, and it's like, oh, that does sound a lot better. And in that interview, he says that they will have little flaps that basically pop out from the leeward side and then go towards the windward side, and that would allow them to catch the booster. So I'm not sure how long those flaps would be, but I'm hoping that they would be longer than the current pins. And it would allow you to have a system that is a bit wider. Because one thing that's different about the Starship, with the kickflip and the crazy Elon maneuver beforehand, is that it's going to be off center from what your original target is. You're going to have to hover a little bit more than you would for a booster. That's something we've seen with every Starship that's made a landing attempt or landed, especially 15 and 10. So both of them landed, 10 did stay intact, but they were not centered on the pad, which you would expect to see if you were getting it right. So they're off. They're not quite as good as what they are with Falcon 9. Falcon 9, you're within feet. They've got that one nailed down. I expect the booster will be the same. But the current system for basically the catching of the Starship would have to be something that pops out, and it would either be covered by heat shield tiles and have some sort of seal, and it would also potentially be your main lifting point mechanism. So you get rid of the recessed pin system that you have, and you would have these pop out before launch, and that makes a very simple system to reuse, because you don't want it to double up on weight. For instance, like you don't want to have landing legs and a lift pin system, and let's say at the very top of the nose cone, all of the lifts that they have for those 6, what are those called? They're not eyelets. Shoot, they're just basically lifting pins or lifting brackets up there. So that would all weigh quite a bit. So you only just want one system to do most of that.
I have a couple questions here that they're tied together from Roger Capdevilla and Crispy Boy. How long does the propellant load process usually take for the booster, and are they still loading it? And how long? And again, the other question is, how long does it take to fully load B7?
So yeah, the first part of the question is how long does it take to load the propellant with the booster? Elon wants it to take about half an hour. That's the end goal. We're not nearly close to that.
Yeah, that's wild. So during the wet dress rehearsal, we saw there was about an hour and a half. I think it was just under 90 minutes for prop load.
I think I've seen it go up to about an hour and 45 once, and that was pretty quick, and that was with booster 4. But that wasn't the full load. That was also on the cryo station, I think. It was ages ago. But yeah, an hour and a half, that is fast.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, well, that is kind of slow in some ways because right now they're not really maxed out as far as what they can do with the tank farm. So it seems to me that they're running it in like minimal operating mode. Like it does what it needs to do right now, but at some point they will increase its capacity as far as how quickly they're able to pump that fluid. So one of the things I noticed during the wet dress rehearsal was that once they started filling the ship, the booster fill rate dropped pretty significantly. So obviously they're sharing the total load as far as how much is being pumped out. But I was kind of surprised to see how much it dropped off as far as the rate that the booster was being filled. And I don't know, I think that with more pumps, so they do have the ability to add more pumps, they have the ability to add more subcoolers, they could theoretically increase the rate that they're pumping when they start filling the ship, and that way the rate that the booster's filling wouldn't have to drop. So I think that alone would allow them to start completing this process much quicker, but it doesn't seem like they're in a rush to do that because it works the way it is right now currently.
So do you think they would do it after the OTF1 or the first 5 test flights this year?
You know, I'm a little bit I'm not 100% sure on that because I do think there's a possibility that the reason why they only have you know, a partial system set up is because maybe the remaining capacity is for the eventual second launch tower, right? So like if they want to have redundancy and be able to use both tank farms for both launch mounts, then maybe when they're doing that cross flow, it would require more pumping capacity. So assuming that the second launch tower is further away than if the second one is further away than the first one from the tank farm, then they may need that additional cooling capacity and additional pumps for a launch tower that's further away, possibly. I mean, it's just I imagine you're like doubling the amount of cryo tubing that it has to pass through. So I don't know if it's truly they're giving themselves the ability to increase the rate that they're doing it at this launch for launch tower 1, or if it's just extra capacity for the second launch tower. Sorry, that was kind of confusing to explain. Mostly a thought that's been in my head, but hopefully that makes sense.
It makes sense to me because I understand what you're talking about, because it's like it's the same thought running through my head as well.
So Zach, you don't think they're going to do a second orbital tank farm then? You're just going to see, you think they're just going to utilize the pump, increase the pump capacity at the one that exists?
I think they're going to, if they build a second launch tower, it only makes sense that they would build a second tank farm because, I mean, the idea is to have redundancy. It's partially for launch cadence. So like, okay, we want to launch, 10 vehicles per month. Right now, we can only do that 5 times per month using this launch mount. So we're at a second one so that we can do 10.
By the way, is that a drone on Nerdle? I'm just double checking.
Well it's just
because earlier I thought it was a bird, and I was like, wow, that bird's just, right there kind of hovering, but I'm pretty sure it's a drone.
Yeah, I was wondering that as well because it almost seems like they're in a hold right now because they stopped everything. So I'm wondering if they're checking something out using the drone.
Well, that kind of brings up, I want to bring out something while we're on hold. We've got 997 likes on this, and we've got 2,600 viewers. So I would like to see a few more likes, and everybody else, if you haven't subscribed, please do. And like to see that like number go up because we've got 2,700 people watching now, and we're up to 1,000 likes. So hit that like button, please. And we have a couple questions. Two from Red Eagle. What time is the static fire? And I think Zach kind of addressed that we might be on hold. And a second question here or another question from Merrill Albury. Is 24 still in line for launch?
Okay, so one at a time. The first one was what time's the static fire? Yeah,
When's
so
static fire?
it typically is always around like 1 or 2 o'clock or 4:20. Those are the times that something usually happens. We never know. They don't tell us these things. We just have to go based off of their past basically cases. So right now it's almost 12 o'clock. So it should happen, if it's going to happen, within the next 4 hours. That's basically the general rule of thumb here.
However, I'd say for this test, the general rule of thumb, it applies for a lot of things, but as far as the pacing of what they do, that we've never seen them ignite this many Raptors. So I don't know. I mean, hopefully it falls in within that time, but I'd hope it doesn't go past 4 p.m. Into the later hours. But yeah, I'd say my guess is about 1:30.
And here's an interesting question from Scott House. What is a stumpy?
You've come across the term stumpy. So Stumpy is the camera operator he's been with us pretty much since the beginning. We even had a cam named after him called the Stumpy Cam. If you guys remember that one, that if you know that cam, you've been around a while. So the joke is he lived in a shipping container to control the cameras at the site. He never did, but that's the joke. Yeah, it's something that keeps on going, and we send him some food every once in a while.
Yeah, and just to kind of add on to the first question as well too, it's important to note that we do not get like official notifications from SpaceX about when they're going to do certain things. So there is no real countdown as far as what we're able to see. I'm sure there's one in their control room, but there is also no SpaceX live stream. So we are kind of usually basing our ETAs on when we think this is going to happen on events that we see. So right now we're unable to give an ETA because there's nothing happening. As soon as they start loading fuel, it kind of gives us a ballpark of like, okay, well, this is definitely going to be at least within the next hour, more than likely. But right now, we don't really know because the tank farm is a little bit stalled. We still have that drone just posted up in that same location. Man, he's been there for like 5 minutes or more at least. So they're
Sizable battery.
Yeah, wow. On that note, I don't know which drones SpaceX uses. I never got to see them close up the last time I was out there, but the battery life on those things is pretty impressive because they are. I've seen them up there for at least half an hour without coming back down. So I know
what I
my
understand is
Mavics don't do that.
Yeah, from what I understand, they have a kind of a fleet of them, and it's a company that they hired to come out and fly the drone. So it's a local company. They do other photography and stuff, but now it's like mostly SpaceX because they're out here all the time. They'll bring it back and forth over to like the Prancing Pony, and I haven't talked to those guys. I've seen them do their work. I left them alone. I think Grandpa Joe talked to them once after they had landed the drone. It's like, yeah, you guys are SpaceX? No, we work for SpaceX. So that's kind of where we learned that one from, and it was kind of neat. So.
Yeah. But Thomas, that was 2 years ago, and
things change.
I was there with Joe at that point, and the orbital tank farm wasn't built; it was a pile of dirt, and this guy showed up at the pickup truck and were flying around over by the OLM, and the tower at that point. So, actually, yeah, it was when SN15 was. We were down there for that.
Yeah. They seem to be still going to the Prancing Pony, so that part's the same. So I assume that the other part that it's the same people as well, but it could be somebody else. It could be SpaceX, could be another company doing the same exact thing from Prancing Pony. But right now, that's where they're doing it from.
Well, I'd like to put this out there. I love all the videos that SpaceX puts out with those drones. However, if for some reason they would like to step up the cinematic quality and start using racing drones to film a lot of that footage, I'm willing to do it for free. So just hit me up, CSI Starbase on Twitter. I'll be there next week.
You love the racing drones.
I mean, it's just a completely different view. You know what I mean? Like, for one, these aren't things that you want to like just let anybody do. Like, you really want to make sure that you have the right pilots when you do stuff like that, because you're like doing risky maneuvers. But like, for example, imagine diving down from the top of the Starship down to the bottom of the booster and like flying in between the grid fins on the way down or something like that. Like you can spiral down the entire stack, which is something it would be very difficult to do with like a DJI Mavic. But one of these days they may want to step up to the next level of drone photography.
How about
They'd almost have to
how
get-
about between the launch mount, the mounts on the booster? The quick disconnects on the booster go right through that slot.
Ooh.
That would actually be really cool. And we've seen the video footage of in the Tesla Gigafactory, the drone footage that was actually a racing drone. So it was probably one that has like propeller guards on it, because I'm pretty sure every time they cut the scene that it actually had collided with something. But yeah, I mean, there are safe ways of doing it, but I mean, you just can't really have that kind of precision and control without having a racing drone. But there's a lot of fun places that you could fly through flying through the build site, like inside of the Mega Bay. Wow, that would be amazing.
Well, I'm thinking about the drone part and adding a bit of Starship and methane into the mix, and it's like, if they build up any static charge or have anything that builds up heat enough to cause a flame to combust.
Oh gosh, that would be awful.
Because I'm thinking about how we had the wet dress rehearsal and it just dumped the methane off the top there, and it's like they had drones nearby. They were nearby. They weren't right in it, but
that's a great point. Actually, I've caught multiple drones on fire while they were in the air, so that is a possibility.
You shouldn't say that, and that you want to fly your racing drones.
I had
over
limited
there.
technology. I was doing some backyard stuff.
Oh, I see. This is at the beginnings when you were when you were young.
Skills have leveled up considerably since then, I would say.
Okay.
I have a portfolio. I could post it.
All right. What other questions we got coming up?
Okay, Alex Jones. Looks like they're loading. How long will the vent shut off till we see frost rings? That's an older question. And we've kind of indicated at this point where we feel we're on hold at the moment because it doesn't appear that they're doing any loading, correct?
Yeah, so far I don't see any signs of loading. Like we should see something going on, and right now there's nothing. It's just on hold. They're trying to get pressures or temperatures or basically the security line for safety. That's another one that's like, if somebody's breached the area, they can't go any further. They have to stand down for their activities.
Do you remember back in the day how many range violations there used to be out here?
The kayak, that was my favorite one. We were like counting down for a static fire. We knew it's imminent because everything was like saying it was going to happen. And we even figured out the timing of it. It was like 40 minutes. It was always 40 minutes. This is back at the suborbital pad. And we see a kayak just driving by after we see it abort. It's like, well, that's weird. It aborted and there's a car going by. It's like, oh, yeah, they must have been up the Rio Grande or up the canal and nobody spotted them. And so they came along the beach and yeah, that was that was quite a surprise, and they saved the vehicle very quickly there as soon as they saw him coming. Now they've got eyes in the sky that can see tens of miles off that tower. I'm actually kind of wondering how far they could see technically with that. It's like 400 feet, the curvature of the Earth. If you have a clear day, man, that's
off the top of the tower.
Yeah.
Oh, it's unnerving almost because when you're out there, you kind of feel like you're being watched. I went
you
out
are.
there.
You're close enough. You are.
I went out there. What was that back in October? And I was filming an episode in the wetlands, and it was a really windy day, so I was just like waiting for the wind to die down so I could actually record it. And so I actually just had the camera sitting there pointing at the launch tower, and I was sitting on the ground just like watching. And I felt like they were watching me though while I was sitting there. Like, what is this guy doing just sitting out here? It kind of looked like I was filming a time lapse, but I wasn't. I was just waiting.
I know Connor has a story about this.
About what exactly?
Being watched while you're out there looking at stuff.
Oh gosh, well, I mean, it's just like, or in the early days when like SN11, when I was first here, there was people would walk up and they would just walk right sort of in front of the black the makeshift little barrier they had, and it would be I didn't go that close, but there were definitely a lot of security that kind of were ushering people out during that era before they had they kind of, I mean, I feel like people are a little too, they kind of just know now because of that huge tower there. Just, you probably don't get too close, but back in the day, it was very open and just kind of, it seemed like it was very, it was kind of hard to tell where you couldn't go. But yeah, no, it's.
I remember you telling me something about you found like a piece of paper after SN11.
Oh, that's what you're talking about.
So, yeah, and you were out in the mudflats, nobody near around, and you came back and.
Oh, that, yep.
What happened?
So, yeah, so okay, yeah, I forgot. So I actually forgot about that. So I found this just like a little sticker, and it's like the SpaceX lettering on it. It was cool, and I just had it in my hand. I was just walking back to my my vehicle, and I was like, oh, this is cool. And then this pickup truck intercepted me as I was walking back to my car. He's like, hey, did you find something out there? I was like, yeah, here you go. Sorry. But yeah, it's funny.
Oh, definitely watching you.
Yeah, no, they really are.
Yeah, back then it was Hoppy that was watching you. The integration tower is a lot taller than Hoppy.
Yeah, they're probably looking at me right now. I mean, I'm 3.8 miles away, and that tower has a pretty good vantage point on me right now. Oh,
we got some venting occurring off of the what is that one? It was Tankenstein.
Yeah.
Now it's just Stein or Tank, one or the other.
There's another drone on its way out there right now too. I was watching on Sentinel Cam and saw it fly by, so it looks like it's headed out there right now. Oh, there it is on Nerdle Cam actually.
I have an interesting story about that drone. So I'm at one of my friends. He actually got with the person who was responsible for flying the drones at SpaceX there, and because there's a shipwreck off the mouth of the road. If you take a right and go towards the Rio Grande, there's a shipwreck. It's about 90-foot long ship that my friend wanted to have 3D scanned, and he obviously you can't fly drones around here this area too much, so he asked SpaceX if what the deal was with that, and they said you can either give us your qualifications, file all this paperwork and stuff, or we could just let you use our better drone and do it we can do it for you. So that's what they did, and they took a cool 3D model or scan of it. So
he paid SpaceX to do it.
Yeah, so SpaceX did it for him, and it was just I'm not sure. I don't know exactly if it was paid or just sort of a nice sort of gesture, community outreach, because it was he.
That's huge either way.
Yeah, exactly. But it was pretty cool because he's an archaeologist, so he felt like it was his duty to report it to the correct people. So yeah, that's a little interesting little story.
It looks like the drone's headed back.
Yeah, the venting off that one tank, the Tankenstein, or it was what it used to be called. Now it's had the top part removed. It's moved around quite a bit and has a very varied history. But anyways, the system there, it seems like they activate that in order to basically properly work all the pneumatics and other pressurized systems. So it's going through and moving enough nitrogen liquid through, let's say, vaporizers and other things to create nitrogen gas, pressurizing everything else. And I'm usually seeing that happen repeatedly, and then it's like, oh, okay, now we're priming the system, we're ready to go. Something's about to happen. Now it's stopping, so nothing's happening. We do have other questions we can go through here.
Yes, we do. Wilson Regal.
Actually, before that, do we have any super chats?
Canada Drew, $5 Canadian. Thank you very much, Canada. Dan Kerman, $10 US, free Stumpy. And Satellite Sushi, $10 US. The new live stream is often. Let's start a donation train and let's light this candle.
Thank you, Canada. Drew, Dan, and Satellite Sushi.
And questions, Wilson Regal. How accurate do the
Ooh,
booster
launch
and
mount venting.
Oh, nice. Yeah, let's get that question too. Keep coming back to it.
how accurate do the booster and Starship need to be placed near the launch tower in order to pick them up? Are the chopsticks able to adjust for placement if it is off by a bit?
They have a pad that is directly underneath the chopsticks, and it's basically for bolting it down for each of the vehicles. So there's a set of bolts that you go for the booster, which is it's a diameter larger than 12 meters, or it's actually less than 12 meters for the diameter of the transport stand, and they bolt that down in the exact spot so that it's aligned. There is a little bit of give with the chopsticks. They can basically use the pushers to go back and forth a little bit, but it's pretty close. It's like you're not talking feet. I think you're talking about inches there.
A question from Z. Will they still have to do the same static fires and all once they get everything at KSC done and built?
I think so. They'll have to do at least the static fires for each booster to verify the system. Whether you do 33 engines or not, that's a good one. But by the standards that they're going to have at KSC, it's going to be overbuilt by far than what we have here at Boca. So yeah, they're going to probably do those 33 engine static fires every time.
Well, at Kennedy, yeah, they static fire every Falcon and then every Falcon Heavy before they fire?
At least the Falcon Heavies. I don't remember how many of the Falcon 9s they've static fired, if it's every single one or if they've skipped some of them. If there's been changes for engines, I suspect that they will static fire. But I don't recall anything about the flight tested vehicles that they have not replaced any engines or any equipment there. Zach or Connor, do either of you have a good guess on that one? Because I can't recall either way.
You may have to repeat the question. I was watching these cams trying to figure out if they're actually pumping or not yet.
Whether or not they static fire every single Falcon 9 booster now, because I don't think they do.
I don't know, actually. I don't think they do.
They do one at the beginning.
Anymore. Yeah,
they do one at the beginning, but every other one, I think it's really Falcon Heavies.
Yeah, the Falcon Heavies, they do it every single time.
Yeah, I can't think of the Falcon 9s. The last time I heard of a static fire, I think it was for crew. So anything that is crew, I think they do a static fire.
Right, that would make sense.
So it's like CS 1, 2, 3, 4, all those. I think those have all static fired. But yeah, that's just going off the top of my head. Sorry about that. But yeah, I think we answered Z's question. Who's next?
Again, before we start, I want to remind everybody to like, subscribe, join, and our Discord and Patreon, and we also have a PayPal. So, would like to see that like number get pushed up. Like to see some thumbs light up there because we still have almost 2,900 viewers at this point, and still only have 1,400 likes. So let's.
Well,
see what
that's
we can do
because
there.
nobody's truly excited for the static fire yet. I think, if they were, then we'd have that number up there. But it's okay. We'll get there. We're just moments away from, it looks like, propellant loading. So I think that'll get people's blood pumping once we get there.
Yeah,
So are you saying that they should hit that like button if they want a static fire?
There you go. That's
Yeah,
it.
what
If
that's
it's
exactly
not,
what he's
if
saying.
nobody wants it, then it won't go. They won't. They're looking.
They seem to have a knowledge about these things. Like they know when people are going to bed or going to work because obviously that's when they do it.
Now, will we hear a siren today? That's a question from Daily Briefing.
I don't think we will hear the sirens. It's kind of far away from where the microphones is placed on the cameras, but we typically at least hear somebody mention that it's gone off, right?
Yeah, it's usually that the village is the one that gets it. So there's a radio that broadcasts that goes out. Sometimes we'll get the radio broadcast, and so we know it's happening, and then it'll happen like in 15 minutes. But usually it's supposed to happen within 10 minutes of that siren. At least that's what the paperwork they sent out to the village says for the overpressure notice. And then there is some systems at the launch site for a siren, but I've never heard it, ever. Have you guys ever heard it for the launch site besides, like, they tested it once or twice, but I don't think they've ever used it for a static fire.
I have not.
Yeah, we've heard that loud klaxon go off, but never associated it with an actual firing. Cosmic Art asked, what is planned for Starship after OFD-1 and before Artemis 3?
Well, obviously Artemis 2. So there's a lot planned for at least Starship this year. So this is OTF-1. We'll have basically OTF, or not, it would be the orbital test flight, but they would be test flights of a sort. And we're going to have 4 more of those. So we'll have 5 launches this year, according to the FAA, what SpaceX has been approved for in their launches. Then you will see before Artemis 2, which is no earlier, if I remember, than May 2024. Or is it even further than that? Jeez. Can't remember. It's 2024 or 2025. So Artemis 2 would happen there. Shoot, I'm blanking on what they're doing with that one. That's just a flyby for the Orion capsule. No, they did that one already. This would be a crewed flyby, if I remember right. And then they're also looking at launching HLS, at least between then, or maybe it's Artemis 3. Man, I have to look all this up again. It's been a while.
We also have to get in the tank transfer experiment that they're doing for NASA too, correct?
Yeah, and that might be, even with these OTF flights here this year, the 5 flights that they've been approved for, it's like they have so many different parts that they need to go through and prove out. First off is being able to do orbital refueling. That's one you just mentioned. They also have to go through and test the basically the heat shield tiles. That's going to be all of these. They're going to be pushing that one, I think, pretty hard. So we're going to see lots of changes on Starship and the whole system here.
Question from Caesar: has it started to fill yet?
Zach, what do you think? I don't believe so. We haven't seen. I mean, it looks like the venting has slowed down again, but we haven't actually seen the liquid oxygen side of the tank farm actually start truly venting yet. So I don't know. It almost seemed like they were. I mean, because right now they were really close to actually completing the initial pre-chill process, and so then they just kind of closed the vents and ended up in a hold pattern. So I think that the venting that we were seeing could possibly be just the release of all the built up, the boiled off gas that is just chilling in the pipes right now. So that could have just been like a pressure relief for the LOX tank farm. or for the LOX cryo tubes, but I don't know. It feels like we're still in the hold.
Yeah, I mean, I think your point there that we haven't probably chilled down enough of the infrastructure yet in order to get the liquid up there, because there just hasn't been a whole lot of venting out of there for the cryo to get up there, correct?
Well, what seems to be venting off the table, it looks like it's a bit more solid, so it's just liquids, basically not solid, but it's falling quite a bit when it's venting. So it should be pretty much full on the pipeline.
Yeah,
from that view,
I would agree. Because when it initially started venting, there was a lot of it, and so basically, what I think we're at right now is the horizontal pipe that's going, bending around towards the other side of the launch mount. Like that initially was full of liquid oxygen, and now it's like almost empty, almost down to the 90-degree turn, and so it's still leaking out, but it hasn't fully emptied yet. So that's what it looks like to me, is that they've now emptied out that horizontal pipe work, which again doesn't mean they're done. It just means that I don't know. You don't want to have all that pressure building up in there for no reason.
Now, would they be emptying, or would that just be bleed off?
Could be both. But it could also be either or. So there's no way to say for sure. But it could just be regular, just bleed off right now.
It's got a lot of pressure. It's built up in those pipes. It's still accumulating some heat, so it has to go somewhere for the pressure of gas, because it's not 100% cooled down. So it has to go somewhere.
Now, with this nice view of that we have on rover, a question from Alberto Berti. The missing hydraulic unit, has it been remounted on the booster? And I think the answer to that is no. And I had a thought earlier that when you guys were discussing that hydraulic unit, could it be that one of these units is a redundant unit for the other one, and they don't need to do engine gimbals?
Yes, but I don't know. I think that kind of it's tough to tell. Like there probably is some redundancy as far as with the engines that they need to land. So like they're not going to land with all 13 engines, and so if they were to lose an HPU, like they would probably still be able to land. But losing one before launch, I wonder if that would be a problem for controlling all 13 engines. I guess I don't have an answer to that.
I think they can use both. It's just redundant, and it gives it a bit more pressure. So it really just kind of moves a bit quicker.
Yeah, but how do you control if you've got two systems feeding the gimbaling?
It's in a loop.
Yeah, but if one side of the loop goes down, do you lose control, or do you?
So if you lose the hydraulic lines and there's no cutoff, then yeah, you would lose complete control. So if there's a valve system that says, oh, we lost pressure on this side, and it cuts it off and basically says closes that valve, yeah, you'd be able to be redundant in that sense. But if you've already lost hydraulics, your other problems are probably creeping up to destroy the rocket already. Something's blown up already. That's another way to put it, or has gone pretty bad. So right now there is a line on the top left of that HPU, and from what I've seen on the ground pictures from RGV and others, is it looks like it goes down and hooks up to another hydraulic areas where the HPU would hook up to. So it looks like it's in a loop, and they've just bypassed it for now. Which that confuses me if they don't have a system to automatically just close it off. That's scary.
Now we know going forward on 9 and after that we're doing electric instead of hydraulic, correct?
Yeah. So 9 and above are going to be electric. So right now they have that HPU unit at the very top. There is this little block-looking thing. It looks like an AC unit hanging out of a window or something. But that's a battery. It's a high-power battery. It puts out a lot of power very quickly. we're talking only about the power you need for the HP unit over, let's say, going up and down, which should be, what was that, like 10 minutes, something like that. It's like 7 or 10 minutes. That's basically all your power for that duration. And it turns out that all the fluids and the lines and everything else you need for a hydraulic power unit, and having 2 of them is actually more expensive on weight than it would just be taking that battery and hooking up a few motors to the thrust vector control. So you need to be able to orient your engines, those 13 engines. Right now on Booster 7, it's hydraulic, and electric is where they're going for the Booster 9s and above thrust vector control.
Okay, a couple questions here from first one from Ches. Are we expecting a spin prime first?
I would hope to see one, just to verify all those engines are ready and good to go. What's your thoughts, Zach and Philip? I think we just lost Zach. He's muted.
Sorry. I don't know. It's tough to say. Like, obviously, it's good to verify before ignition. Like, if there's going to be an abort of an engine, so the engines can abort individually, so they can abort as a whole, like all 33 of them at the same time, or individually as the computer tells them to. So let's say an engine was going to abort during a static fire, it would probably also abort during a spin prime. So, I mean, doing the spin prime would allow you to know whether or not they are good before you actually do the static fire or launch. So you're not risking one of them shutting down.
So it's sort of a pretest of the final system.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just hoping if you're going to do a spin prime as well, to add a caveat to that, it would be very quick to basically do a spin prime, recycle, start again, and then you have your static fire, all within an hour or 2. That would be the best option for me in that sense. Philip, what do you think? What would your kind of gut tell you on that direction? And Connor, you can chime in too if you'd like.
That's not my strong point, so I'm going to stay out of that question.
Okay. Well, I mean, what would you prefer to see, I guess, is would you rather see a static fire and a spin prime the same day, or do you just want to get to the static fire and get it over with?
Again, as I mentioned, I think a spin prime is what it is. It's you're priming the engine, so you need to do a spin prime before you do a actual engine firing, regardless of whether it's a launch or a static fire. So it's the step before you hit the start button, and so I think you're going to see a spin prime before the static fire. The question is, how noticeable will it be for us before they fire the engines?
Well, I guess the question, I was kind of changing the question for you as like a personal question. Do you want to see 2 tests today or just the 1?
Well, I want to see 2.
Okay. Connor, 1 or 2?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think it'd be, it just depends, really. I mean, I think 2. I think we'll see. I don't know. I really am kind of torn. I mean, I'd like to say 1, but I feel like it's going to be 2.
Okay. I think we answered that one. Thank you, Ches.
Question from Daily Briefing. Will the static fire be more than 3 seconds?
I'm thinking it's at least 3 seconds at a minimum. So, Zach, what was your number?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's, I feel like 3 seconds is probably how long it takes for all of the engines to start up. So, it may be a little bit shorter than that, but I think that sounds about right. And so, I don't know. I don't think there's a need to really go past engine startup right now. Like, just actually igniting all of them seems like a win. Really, to go any further than that and actually throttle up or something seems like just a bit excessive to me.
Well, we also need to test how much of the pad's going to be remaining after we fire 33, right?
Exactly. Let it warm up to that challenge. Do it once, check everything out. More than seeing 2 tests today, I would like to see 2 33 engine static fire tests. So like one right now with just minimal thrust, getting all of them ignited, and then another one where they're potentially testing the autogenous pressurization of all 33 at the same time. So whether
Well,
or
you
not
could do
they
a
do
full
that,
flight
that's the
duration,
question.
right?
Oh my.
420-second burn.
Wow.
Have you
I
ever
can't even
heard the
imagine.
term
I hope
dig a hole
not.
to China? That's
Well, I
because
mean,
that's what
this
they do.
this route would be a little bit slower because we could get there in about 45 minutes if we just launched the sucker.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Alan Lawrenson, are the water tanks in the fuel farm, are they going to be used for something else?
So these were the ones that were methane tanks that they converted into water tanks? Or are you talking about the water tank that's sitting there appearing to be empty?
Well, we know there are 3, and so that means there are more than one. So, and he refers to multiple. So let's talk about all 3 of them.
Perfect. Zach, you're definitely loving the water tanks as well.
Yeah, well, so the initial water tank basically had some issues after they constructed it. It's a single walled tank that they built themselves, or not themselves, but a third party contractor constructed for them. And then essentially, I believe it started leaking or just had compromised welds. And I think they spent a lot of time trying to fix it and hoping that it would actually be usable. And after, I don't know, I want to say close to a year of trying to get that tank to be structurally stable, they ended up abandoning it and swapping over the 2 tanks that used to be used for, or not used to be, were originally planned to be used for liquid methane. They swapped those over to being water tanks. So, yeah, as far as like if they're going to leave them like that, not 100% sure, but with that water tank, the empty one still being there is, I guess, a possibility of still using that for something else. So I think one thing they could do, which I highly doubt they will, but they could pull that water tank off of its base and then build an actual pedestal underneath it, build a pedestal for another GSE tank, and then basically add another liquid oxygen tank, and then just put the sleeve back on it. I think they could do that like relatively quickly.
It's a water tank, but it does act as a sleeve. That would be perfect.
Yeah,
I need to
exactly.
make some holes to cut to do different lines from what it had originally, but that's still a really good idea. The one thing you need is a crane over there that could do it. So it'd have to probably go onto Highway 4 for Marvin, the LR 11,000. But getting back to one point we kind of skipped over that Filicate, he actually can jump onto this. What was the reason they couldn't use the methane tanks, or at least what you found was the reason they could not use those 2 vertical tanks as methane tanks?
Well, there were
That's for Filicate.
Zach actually pointed that out to us initially, that there was an issue with the vertical tanks, and so I don't want to steal that thunder from him. That was his pick up front.
Oh, I thought you were because you were the one who went through the building code.
Well, I did, and what I found out was that the horizontal tanks that they were bringing in, that Zach anticipated that we were going to see, and when they did show up, they need to be separated by a retaining wall to capture the fluids from the tanks. At least 50% of the largest opening of the tank has to be able to be captured, and it needed to be X amount of distance away from any other tanks. And so there was a distance issue, and there was also the retaining issue that needed to they needed to comply with. And so they ended up having to build a bathtub to stick the, or they built the tanks and then they built the bathtub around it.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm definitely missing part of the story. Zach, what happened on your side that you figured out?
So the problem with the vertical methane tanks is that they're too close to everything else. So one of the building codes requires you to build a 6-foot tall wall, and that wall has to be 4.5 feet away from the edge of the container. So there's only about 4.5 feet of space in between all of those GSE tanks. And so you physically cannot build a wall far enough away from the tank to satisfy the code. So that alone, I mean, if you talk about the need to like also be able to contain a spill, that's physically impossible because they would need to build a wall that's like, I don't know, a quarter of the way up the height of the methane tank in order to do that. So, by the way, the launch mount's venting again. But so the other problem is that the same rules that apply for the wall also exist for any electrical equipment. So all of your communications cables and your your power systems and all that stuff also have to be 4.5 feet away from the edge of anything that's containing methane, which is also impossible inside in between the tanks. You can't do it. So those two things alone made it so that they really just could not use that at all. It's kind of unfortunate because, a lot of people mentioned that these tanks are super close to the launch mount, which, yeah, good point. Kind of scary, how close of proximity they are to a potential massive explosion. Especially in comparison to like Pad 39A, where the tanks are super far away. It is kind of scary how close they are, but it's all for a reason, and that reason is like efficiency. So everything is super close together. The pipe runs are super short. There's like the minimal amount of pipe friction that they have to overcome. The original water tanks are actually part of the main purpose of the water tanks right now is for a autogenous pressurization system for the actual GSE tanks. And so just like how the booster needs autogenous pressurization from the engines to like add in pressure into the tanks as the liquid is being drained out, or I guess you're more adding gas to
It's the
maintain
back pressure.
Yeah, back pressure, right? So you have to do the same thing with all of the GSE tanks. So as you're filling up the booster rapidly, you also have to be rapidly pushing gas back to those GSE tanks. And the way they do that is by using those water tanks and some heat exchangers inside of the bunker. And they basically exchange heat between the water and the liquid nitrogen or liquid oxygen, whichever they're pressurizing the tank with, and send that back to the tanks in order to pressurize them. So having that water tank super close was really smart for the most part. Like they wanted everything to be really compact and not be traveling hundreds of meters back and forth, which introduces a lot of friction into the system. And also, more friction comes with, you need more pump capacity if you have more friction, like your actual performance is reduced over distance. So,
and then the length of the lines will introduce that thermal mass as well, which
exactly
throws
more,
away
more
your
pre-chilling, more everything. So, like the pre-chilling process at Pad 39A is going to be interesting to watch because that is a massive amount of pipe work that they have to pre-chill in order to. It's like 2 or 3 times more pipe work that has to be chilled down in order to go from like the methane side of the tank farm to the launch mount at the Pad 39A complex. So overall, efficiency wise, I think that this launch pad is constructed a lot better. Tank farm, even though they weren't able to use it the way they wanted to. Like I wish they could have, because it would have been a really good setup. We wouldn't have all those horizontal tanks on the ground, that's for sure.
Definitely went deep for this question. Thank you, Alan. So what's the next question, Philip?
B1051 Gaming. This is from an old friend of ours, El Doggo. How many engines do you think will perform normally today? Do you think all 33, or will there be some that just don't fire?
Ooh, like how many of the 33 will do the static fire? Yeah, that's like a numbers game. There's always a percentage that are your outliers, but they're getting so good at building these Raptors. I would say it would get 32 out of 33, that everything goes perfectly, and that 31 may or may not static fire the full duration. That'd be my guess.
I just noticed some more venting on the front side of the launch mount on Rover 2 cam. Are we able to do like a quad screen of all four? So maybe Rover 2, Rover 1, Raptor Roost.
Yeah, there was a lot of venting from the Raptor Roost side here because I was watching from just my vantage point, and I was also looking at Rover 2, and it didn't really seem like you could see the amount of venting that I was able to see, but I'm not sure exactly what that was or if it was an indication of anything.
Yeah, so specifically, where are you seeing this particular venting so far?
It was the mustache vent, but it stopped.
Okay.
Yeah, it stopped.
The launch table mustache, right?
Yes, the launch table mustache. It looks like it's frozen on this screen right now, but it's working fine the other way.
It was just working a second ago. But yeah, it's a new system, new bugs, but it's looking really good. I love being able to go to one camera view to the next. I will definitely say this: if you like it, give us a thumbs up. Also, if you like our stream, go on Twitter, publish. That we've got the stream going, and we're going through and answering questions. I think we answered El Dago's question, unless you wanted to give a number of Raptors that you think might not make it. Zach,
I think they'll all probably fire successfully. I think a bigger question is how many have to get replaced afterwards. I'm really curious about that one because we don't really have any clue how many of this version of Raptor are still available at Starbase because, the new ones use the electric thrust vector control.
They're plug and play. Like they are.
So you can just swap them out on the.
Yeah. The TVC is the main component that you're changing out, and that's it. Like there might be other parts that they're changing out as well. Like there could be a whole different QD system on some of those engines. Well, we don't know.
Yeah, I think the plumbing on the on like Booster 9 and after for the Raptors is slightly different as far as like where everything is routed to, but we also have not seen the engines mounted on there yet. So nor will we. Once they put engines on Booster 9, like we'll see the engine bells, but we'll never see the actual engines themselves like we did in the past. I think that those days may be over unless there's another engine skirt explosion, which hopefully there won't be. So
please don't.
Definitely hoping not there.
I mean, Connor, you're in for a surprise either way on that.
Well, that's what we were talking about that a little bit ago. We were saying, we're right here. It's like whatever happens, we're gonna see it. It could explode today. It could not happen at all. It could have a successful static fire. Any of those things could happen. But yeah.
Well, even with a successful static fire, you're in for a surprise. Like the sound is going to be so different.
Yeah, I'm really excited actually to see this.
All right, let's get some more questions in while we can. What's the next one we have, Philip?
I'm going to combine two here, one from Soundrix and one from Philip Mechican. Do we know SpaceX installed a new concrete which is supposed to be stronger, and that's called Fondag? And then the follow-up with Philip Mechican is instead of using Fondag, could they use granite blocks instead?
That's definitely a question that you should be able to answer pretty well. You're in this kind of industry of materials and have looked up some of the material properties of the Fondag and everything else. What do you think?
Well, we do know that Fondag is a product that I think they've installed currently, and so this will be a test of the Fondag as well as the 33 Raptor engines. And previously, we thought there had been some FONDAG installed under the OLM, but apparently they just installed concrete and they hid the FONDAG bags on us. So we thought that the last static fire was on the FONDAG, but apparently it wasn't. So this will be a first on what the how well the FONDAG holds up. And FONDAG is a high strength concrete that also has a high capability of temperature. It's good to 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and the FONDAG has a PSI strength of about over 7,500 PSI, which is quite strong for concrete.
Yeah, and to kind of add on this a little bit, I've seen a lot of follow-up questions on this topic as well. So one of the big questions, or actually a comment on this situation before anything. So I believe Gwen Shotwell did an interview yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before when she announced the 33 engine static fire test? But she also, I believe, was asked a question about the launch pad, like if they were expecting a lot of damage to the pad. And in her response, she mentioned that they had upgraded the pad. So in my mind, that kind of makes it pretty clear that, at least my theory on it, and what we've discovered, that they didn't use it during the 11 engine static fire test actually was the case. So it seems like there was just regular Portland cement, and it probably wasn't even regular cement. It's probably something a little bit higher quality than that, potentially, that they had under there initially. And so now the new pad has had close to 2 months to actually cure at this point. So hoping everything goes much better with that. But one of the questions that I think always comes up on this is, why don't they put steel panels on the ground underneath the launch mount? Which I wish I answered that question during my actual episode on this, because it is a good question, even though some people may not think that is even a good idea. But so the reason why you don't do that, in my opinion, number one, we don't really see too many launch flame trenches constructed out of steel. And some of you may think, oh, well, most of them are. Yes, but they also have layers of FONDAG, or not FONDAG, but FONDAG-like substances. So in particular,
there goes the mustache.
Yeah, mustache vent. The Pad 39B complex has the wedge-shaped flame diverter, or flame trench, is constructed out of steel, a steel frame. It has steel panels that form the ramp, and then on top of that is 4 to 6 inches of a substance called fondue fire. So that's another proprietary version of something similar to FONDAG. And on the walls of the flame trench initially was what they call fire bricks, and then those got blown out on Pad 39B and replaced with, I can't remember what the substance was, but it's very similar to the fondue fire that was on the actual ramp itself. So yes, they do use steel, but then they cover that steel with this substance that is basically designed for that purpose. There are places like the McGregor test site that do have that little steel, I don't know, I want to call it a bucket. It's like, a steel diverter.
Bucket.
Yeah, a flame bucket. But those, you gotta also have to consider that that's a single engine. It's firing basically down into a bathtub, because there's water pooled down in the bottom of that tub. And so it's just blowing the water out. I feel like it makes more direct contact with water than it actually does with steel. And it's also 3 times higher in the, not 3 times, but it's significantly higher up in the air than the orbital launch mount is. So I just don't think that steel underneath the launch mount is the greatest choice, and that's probably why they haven't done it.
To re-answer the rest of this question here, what was the PSI for FONDAG off the top of your memory, Philip?
7,500 PSI after 24 hours. Okay,
7,500 PSI. So I just looked up Granite, and it's 36,000 psi. So granite does not win.
36,000 psi?
Yeah.
Wait, 36,
That's not right.
3,600
That's
or
what-
36,000?
36,000 psi according to
Well, then
Google.
it super wins.
You said
It does win.
75,000 though, right?
7,500.
Oh, dang! I hate when people use the word hundred.
I know. I'm sorry.
Every
7,500.
time it gets me.
36,000.
Okay, granite does win then.
But
But
putting
granite has
blocks-
joints in it.
Oh, it's got joints in it, and it's really expensive. And are you gonna make countertops out of this at the same time? I mean, that would be so expensive.
Remember what they knocked down the castles in Europe with was granite blocks that they've used trebuchets.
Jeez.
So they're
That's
hard,
amazing.
but at the same time they've got joints in them, and so they become little cannonballs at 3,300 or 33 Raptors firing on them.
That is amazing. What would you consider using granite ever for a situation like this for either of you?
No,
It
I
just
wouldn't.
doesn't sound right. I don't know.
Sounds
There's
so
a reason
dang
it hasn't
expensive.
been used.
I mean we've been building launching rockets for 50 years or more, and I've never seen a granite faced launch pad yet.
Oh, I want to insert a pipe through here. Nope, it's granite. You're not going to do it.
You can drill it.
It's going to take a while. A long while. They want rapid cadence and other things and be able to move things around. Concrete fondag is probably good enough. And if you need to patch it up, Martite just seals it and you're good to go.
And
What's the-
Fondag or another product like it has been used by NASA for quite a while. So it's not it's used in the industry. It's not something new.
Yeah, it's well known. So what other questions do we have as we're going through the train of questions? Type @ questions for us to answer them for you.
Stumpy has a question. How much bigger is this rocket than the previous world's largest N1?
Okay, so N1 was 102 meters, which would be, what was it, like 334 feet? Whereas Starship is 120 meters. So you've got 18 meters on it. That's pretty good. I can't remember the feet for the moment. Let me think here.
Well, from an engine number, it had like 30 engines also, correct?
I think it was about 30. So we're talking about 393 feet. So 334 versus 393. That's a pretty big difference. And one thing that does happen is it does shrink. It's so cold. It shrinks about 1.5 feet almost. So that's something else to keep in mind, is that the rocket is not exactly what you expect for the size, but it is so much bigger than you could ever realize until you actually get up to the thing. It's taller than the Statue of Liberty, taller than probably a lot of other smaller buildings you've been around. It's literally like a skyscraper in size.
There's a question here from Canada Drew. Why do you think the hydraulic control is an installed jet, or do you think B7 not actually fly, and they will wait for B9's new electric gimbal system?
I think there's something wrong with either the motor or the actual piping for the HPU unit. But whatever it is, it seems to be a little bit more deep than that. So I would probably suspect the motor, or maybe even the control systems for the motor, because they pulled off the HP unit for Booster 8, and now they're just kind of hesitating on basically reinstalling it or getting the parts they need. It might be they have to go back to the original supplier to get something a little bit more custom that Booster 7's died on them and they need a new one, and it's going to take a while. And Booster 8's just doesn't work because it's a little bit different, or who knows what exactly. But the the end of the day, it's probably going to fly with both HPU units. It's there for a reason. It's, I think, redundant, but you don't want to go without your secondary or primary and secondary system working together, because I think they have less strain. There's less strain on both units when you work together in tandem like that. And it seems to be right now they're in a configuration where they've just bypassed it. It seems that the hydraulic units go from the top down to the bottom, so it's the pressure is just flowing through there, and that really confuses me, because it should be that there's a cutoff valve to say there's no pressure going in or out of that part if the HP unit just dies or has a massive disruption of flow. You don't want to use that unit anymore, and it should be smart enough to cut that off.
Let me jump to some super chats here, Thomas, if you don't mind.
Yes, please.
TJ Reynolds, $2 US, only one class today, hoping to see a lot of fire. Michael Charles, $3 euro. Thank you very much, Michael. James retired, $5.97, $10 US. Treacher in space, $50 pound sterling. Been away for a year and loving the new camera positions and picture quality and this commentary. Kudos to all involved, especially LabPadre. Matt Miller, $10 US. Greg Dunbar, $10 US. You guys are on my go-to Starbase system. Appreciate the commentary. 55 Chevy Guy, $50. Your exciting commentary is much appreciated. Very informative. Thank you, 55 Chevy Guy. And some questions here. Red Baron, do you have the USGS earthquake page on standby for the test?
Unfortunately, we don't have the seismometer up and running yet. So we hopefully we'll have that for the OTF-1 flight, because that's basically the big one after this. I don't expect anything else besides maybe a Ship 25 static fire, maybe in between. But as far as the booster, it's going to be this and then the first orbital test flight.
Hey, Connor, you got your shoes off. You can tell us what you feel through your feet.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely breezy down here. I feel it through my toes. No.
So when the rockets fire, we want to hear what you feel through the ground.
Yeah, no, it's definitely gonna be a different animal compared to what we're used to feeling. It's I feel like it's gonna be a lot lower of a tone. I don't know. I mean, I'm still trying to kind of put it together in my mind what it's gonna sound like, but really only time will tell once we see it here. But I wonder if there what are your guys' guesses for as far as like what it would look like on a seismograph?
1.2.
What did you say, Thomas?
1.2.
Well, I was out at the Northridge earthquake I was out at Northridge for the earthquakes out there, and one of the things I equated the launch of SN-15 to was like a 3.0 or a 4.0 earthquake, as far as the feeling of it. And I don't think that, and I'm sure 33 engines is going to be a little bit more of that. Now, a lot of that was sound energy, not earth moving, but the ground did shake, and we know the building shook that we were standing in, right, Thomas?
Oh yeah, it shook up and down, and it was like it felt like there was a quarter inch. It was just going up and down, as if I was just barely skimming across the surface. But no, my feet were secured down, and it just felt like that. There's just wave after wave of energy coming off of 15 on the ascent and descent.
So 33, I can't wait to feel it myself.
But I do have the USGS map now open. Thank you for the idea.
CMDR Turtle, is the Van of Doom at the roadblock? Well, I assume the Van of Doom means the bread truck or the Raptor repair vehicle that we've seen at the roadblock at times. I don't know at this point.
I'm just checking the cams. I don't think Sentinel's looking at it. What about Lab? I would suspect Lab would be looking at the roadblock now.
Now, remember, did they move the roadblock back up the road, or is it back at the Prancing Pony?
I think it's back at the Prancing Pony. That's where it seemed to be this morning. And we're not dealing with a lot of fuel, so it shouldn't be moved back that far. It should be just at the regular site. We should probably see, again, like 12, 18, maybe 24 or so feet of, actually maybe 36 feet of, let's say, locks, which isn't a whole lot. And then the equivalent amount of methane in the downcomer or even higher, just to get the proportions right for what you're doing for the static fire. And it also depends on how long you're going to static fire for. So the longer you do it, the more it uses up. Yeah, I'm looking through and I don't see anything pointed right now at the directly at the roadblock here. Oh, actually, Sentinel Cam has it now, and they are still at the roadblock with the police. So that does show that it's not the bread truck or anything else waiting to come in. So that would be, I think, our red team. So SLS has a red team. They came in and saved the day. They fixed an issue with a leaky system. I think it was a valve. It's always some sort of valve. And in this case, they're not here, which is a pretty good sign. Means whatever's going on as far as delays and holds, it's probably on the software side. It's also could be that they have things set too conservative for temperatures or pressures or
just
something like that. It's too low
or
or
just
too high.
analysis. I mean, the big thing they also could be doing is just combing through data, just trying to make sure that everything is, just taking it slow, trying to ensure that all systems are, running properly and at the level or, where they want them to be. So.
Yeah, or they could be having connectivity issues. There's two giant cranes in between them and the reception of their vehicle and a tower. I'm teasing, of course. You can actually see on the Sentinel Cam that the dishes are down, so they are communicating wirelessly with the vehicle. They can communicate with the QD system as well, I believe. So using both systems, give them all the telemetry they would need.
Question here from Brent Dean. Will they fire 13 inner engines first and then the outer 20, or all at once?
It would definitely be staggered. That's how you have to deal with the number of engines here. So there's two reasons. First off, your fuel flow, and then the biggest one is actually how much damage you're going to do underneath the vehicle and with the vehicle. So if you suddenly just thrusted all 33 engines at the same time, there would be such a jerk reaction, and that's a physics term, that you could cause a lot more damage than you would expect. So it would be equivalent of what that would be called. We were talking about hydraulic hammering. So it's like a hammer to the entire system. You don't want to do that. You want to put it at least at a sloped strain. It might be very rapid, but it's going to be within 1 to 3 seconds that all of those engines turn on, and it's going to be different engines. So it's going to be a little bit more random, I think. I don't think it's just going to be inner 13 and then outer 20. But I might be wrong about that because I'm not the designer of this rocket. There's over 1,000 people, or 3,000 people actually, that are working and building on it here in Boca Chica and then more in Hawthorne. So yeah, there's a lot of great minds that are looking at this.
Gizmo Electronics, are we seeing any issues on the prop load with the new plumbing?
Zach, what do you think about this question?
Issues? I mean, from today, no, I don't think so. I don't think the GSE, like all of the ground service equipment, I don't think that's really the issue right here. But there has been a ton of new pipework added onto the launch mount, which is something that to be on the lookout for as far as like new things that we might see today. Speaking of launch mounts, we do have that venting again. It's been doing that on and off. Keep hoping that the next time it does it is the time where it actually really picks back up. But yeah, to answer that question, I don't think there's any like ground equipment issues right now.
Brings up the next question. You want to pull that up, Philican?
Sure. Are all statuses go? And this is from Robert Wells. And also he has a follow-up. What is the status of the rocket today, and how many T-seconds are left for the static fire?
So to answer the first question, I don't think all statuses are go. We're kind of in this holding period here. So something's holding them up. They might be going through telemetry or other data and trying to sort out some sort of issue.
Well,
To the
again,
second question.
we can give them some credit. I mean, they may be in the process of running through a series of tests, all culminating in a 33 engine static fire. And this is the first time or the second time they've run through it. Because in effect, this is almost like similar to a wet dress rehearsal on the engine side of things. And they could be, testing up to point B, and then next thing you know, they'll retest up to point C, and then up to point D, and then up to point E, and then finally F and fire.
True, but it seems like we're kind of sitting in the same point for a while now.
Yeah,
Well,
but how many times have we been sitting here for hours, and then next thing you know, they all of a sudden fire it up, fill up the tanks and go at 6 o'clock tonight,
Every time. almost every time. There's only once where they pretty much closed the road, got everything going, and within an hour and a half they had the static fire, and that's been a while though.
Yeah, that's few and far between. JK Video, here's a question for Zach.
Well, actually, there's a second part of the question from Robert Wells.
How many seconds are left before the static fire?
Yeah, we don't have the numbers. SpaceX doesn't give us the countdown. It's basically their internal number until they've published a tweet or the siren goes off. We don't know. So when we get a siren, then it's usually 10 minutes or plus or minus a few minutes there.
Yeah, and I think Zach was talking about this earlier. It's definitely important to stress to all our viewers that we're not SpaceX. We don't have official reports of these different events, such as like road close. I mean, road close is different because you do get a tweet for that, and stuff like that. But just a lot of things are based off visual cues, and that's and we're able to kind of catch on to these at the tests we watch and be able to kind of narrow in on different events happening, and that really is the majority of our reporting is based off visual cues and just the vehicle itself and how it's acting.
I mean, when they were doing just the starships on TAD A and B, and leading up to SN15, we were constantly being able to see the progression of the steps that they were going through over a half hour, an hour, 2 hours prior to launch, and we could identify the step, how long it would take, what would be the next step, and they were all visual cues that we were able to follow. Seeing as they've now been doing their the booster testing, and they've been changing rapidly what's been happening with the plumbing and the pipe work and upgrading all the systems. A lot of the visual cues have been taken away from us, and so every time they do it, it's a new sequence that we have to learn, and they're not doing it frequently enough for us to identify that they're doing this step now, and it's going to happen an hour later. And so that was how we set up our T countdown, so to speak.
So we still have some continued venting out of the launch mount, kind of hoping that this picks up here soon. Also, still nothing really showing from the lock side of the tank farm. So it's like just minimal pumping, or this is just bleeding off pressure. And really no action from the methane side of the tank farm still. Super exciting. But we're here for the long haul.
As always.
Here's a question for you, Zach, from JK Video. Are they still using manual connections to some of the engines?
All of them. Yes, they had the Raptor. I don't even know if we should call it the Raptor service platform, but the large maintenance platform that goes up underneath the launch mount. They had that up there for the first half of the week, and initially all of those red and blue hoses were hanging down there, so we could actually see them for the first time. And now those have all been connected to the engines. So instead of running through the side of the engine skirt, there's ports on the bottom of the engine skirt for them to just connect directly to. So the whole setup has changed essentially. But yeah, I mean, they're still using that system, and that still cannot be used during the actual launch. So we'll have to wait and see what they change in between this 33 engine static fire and the actual launch, as far as how they handle the Raptor engine pre-chill. I mean, it's not impossible that they could just literally keep those connected and have them rip away during the launch. I mean, I hope not, but it's not impossible that they could do that.
They were all threaded connections, if I remember looking at them hanging down.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah, I mean, it would be weird to see a bunch of little hoses coming off of the back of the booster, but yeah, I think that I'm actually kind of surprised that they're not doing the static fire test or that they did use that system for the static fire test. Like, I would think that they would want to practice how they're going to play. But that doesn't really seem to be the case on that side, which isn't a bad thing, because I mean, they are taking the safer route. So I don't know. One of the big things to consider, though, is that after an abort, the Raptor chill basically restarts immediately. So one reason to continue to use this system is that, after the engines turn off, there'll maybe still be a lot of methane underneath the launch table, and then they don't want the Raptor chill to begin immediately underneath the launch table and start combining with whatever methane's down there. Versus in a launch, you're just going to have to accept that that's going to happen if you have an abort. But with static fire, it's like almost guaranteed that you're having some sort of an abort because you're turning the engines back off. So I don't know, maybe that could be the reason why they're still doing that right now.
We have a super chat from Greg Patterson, $10 US, and a question. As complex as Stage 0 and the tank farm are turning out to be, do you think SpaceX will still attempt to launch from the converted oil rigs? And what extra challenges will that add?
Oh, man. I love those things, and I can't wait until they move on to that stage. Like, sometimes I get worried. I'm like, oh, what are we going to talk about once they actually start successfully launching out of this thing? But there's always going to be more. They haven't finished the launch pad at KSC. There's possibly going to be a second one down there, and then obviously the 2 drone ships. And I would say next to catching the booster, I think launching from the drone ships or even just the construction of the drone ships is what I'm looking forward to the most. But I don't think that's on the immediate radar at all.
Well, the fun part about this is that once you have the first test flights here, the 5 this year, then you could start looking at the drone ships, or they're sea launch platforms, really, not drone ships, sorry. The sea launch platforms, the Phobos and Deimos. They could go through and design at least one of them and build it and make it launch ready so they can test out the system before they work on the other one. So the first one would probably be Phobos, because it's the one that's most torn down. And this is after the first orbital test flights here at Starbase and the first test flight probably at Florida. And the cool part is that they will have, for Florida, they'll have a drone ship, or not drone ship, some sort of barge or something. I think they'll transport the vehicles over there. And that'll actually get them to testing the transportation of moving ships, these large 9-meter diameter, 70-meter and 50-meter ships from basically the Port of Brownsville all the way to the sea launch platform. Or actually, in this case, it would be Florida. Then they could do the sea launch platform. once they understand the transportation needs and costs and everything else there. But the sea launch platforms are so versatile in what they can do, because you can now do it offshore anywhere in the Gulf or in the Atlantic or potentially even the Pacific. You would have to go around probably, I think, the southern side of the tip of South America to do that, but it would be potentially worth it as far as a sea launch platform that you can now launch your vehicles from. So when they will do that is kind of another question. It's going to be after the first test flights for sure. Like, they are laser focused on making sure these test flights are successful before they go off onto some other endeavor, because sea launch platforms are going to be expensive. It's probably about what you have here at the launch site, and then it's a multiple of that. I'm not sure what it would be, but it's going to be the tanks, the integration tower, the table. You have to have all of these in some capacity at this basically the sea launch platform. So it's going to be quite a while, and it's going to be after they've decided, yes, everything works right, and this is a direction that will be perfect for their options, or for their missions on the ship.
Here's a question for Zach from North Coast. What does the mustache vent indicate? Well, can you pick that up, Thomas?
Sorry about that.
Oh, there he goes.
Not 100% sure on that one. We're still working on it, but it seems to be just a possible CO2 vent, like for purging out something inside of the launch table. So I think that, like, when they begin these tests, they or actually at the end of these tests, they probably purge everything out with nitrogen, as far as like all of the engine startup systems that are inside the launch table. So I don't know like what happens after that, but I imagine that before you start the system up, you want everything to be the same. So like maybe purging everything out with nitrogen or purging everything out with CO2 before you like flow your methane gas or oxygen through it, so you don't want it like reacting with anything. So I think that that's what that vent is just like a purge vent for everything on the inside of the table, all being purged out at the same time.
If I remember correctly, wasn't there a label for that section of the launch table that said something about COPV, nitrogen purge, or something like that?
That would actually make sense. I've been wondering where the COPV purge happens at, and like if they leave them filled all the time, or if they have to, if that's a process of this is filling and emptying them while they're doing the like. We don't know for sure whether or not they empty them during the vehicle detank, or if they just leave them full.
Like, is it partially pressurized, and then they go through depressurize it, and then they pressurize it again, and it's like, okay, it's now up to above the pressurization level. Okay, purge. I'm still kind of wondering about that.
That would actually make sense if they're just sending gas there, and you know, it could hit that max fill level in the COPV before the system actually turns off. So like you would probably want to have a bleed off vent so that it doesn't overpressure the tank. I don't know. We're guessing here on that one.
Yeah, we have to go through and trace each line to where it goes and understand how it works. And then you can't figure out everything because it goes into the table, and we can't see into the table. We don't have X-ray vision like that.
That's one of the hardest ones to figure out in the launch mount, because it just goes into the table immediately. So I keep hoping that one day Elon will tweet out a picture from the inside of the launch mount, but I highly doubt that's going to go down.
A lot of proprietary stuff is probably in there.
Definitely won't do. Oh, that's what you want to see? Nope. Now that he knows what I'm looking for. But yeah, I think it would be cool to like just see what it looks like in there, actually.
Yeah, any chance you just ever had of seeing it is gone after you said that.
I know. I ruined it.
Well, you can always get a chance. You're just going to have to sign an NDA and work for SpaceX on the table itself.
There you go.
No.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Anyway, we have a super chat from Lars Lazario Martin, $49.99 US dollars. Thank you very much, Lazario.
That's a lot. Thank you, man. Thank you so much.
And a couple questions here. News from space. Has prop loading already begun? Probably not.
No indications.
Missing tools. Will the new KSC deluge system have buffer tanks added to it? I think the tanks that we see there are the buffer system from Kennedy Space Center.
But weren't these the buffer tanks that were for the original launch mount that was for Starship?
For the BFR rocket, not Starship.
Well, it was still Starship at the time.
It was Starship at that time,
but they decided they don't need a flame diverter. They were building it, and they're like, no, actually, we don't need it. And the idea of how they're just suspending the entire vehicle on the launch table like they are in Boca Chica, it shows you that they just want to allow the flow to exit in all directions very quickly. That fixes a lot of those problems that you need for a flame diverter. Because a flame diverter, it's like you're trying to keep those flames from going where exactly? Like this one, the closest thing you have is the integration tower and maybe the fuel farm, and we've solved both of those issues, or at least for the most part. The integration tower, the concrete's a little bit more at risk, but for the most part, they've solved that issue.
Well, that kind of leads into a question from Carl Schmitz. Do you think SpaceX expected to avoid a large pit and exhaust splitter under the stand because it would be making working under the rocket too awkward?
Yeah, absolutely. So anything with let's say a water or I'm sorry, a trench system that you would have that's like the classic idea of a rocket, and there's a trench, and it's basically the flame trench that diverts all the flames in a different direction. It does not bode well for a vehicle and system like this. You want to be able to try and change the engines and make the maintenance and other testing on it very easy and accessible. And so let's say you had to put on a grate or some sort of pad to access it every time with the lifts. It would not happen. It would be very difficult and cumbersome. You'd have to either put up like scaffolding or something else. It just doesn't work out very well. So any trench or digging down, it could work, but it would be very inefficient. It would be a waste of their time and resources to make it. And it's like finding the correct option, like the Fondag is, I think, the correct option. I think they have it here on the pad right now, and they're letting it cure for more than 36 hours. That is the direction to go as far as testing out their reliability. The next part is, well, the Fondag doesn't work. What do you do next? Well, a water deluge system, and you'd have to dig up the Fondag anyways. So OTF1 happens, water deluge system happens right afterwards, and you're set. You've got brand new Fondag either way.
Well, the other thing I had considered earlier that is if they tried to build the pad up like they did at 39A, in order to get a ramp up to it to get a rocket on top of the pad, you would need a ramp that would extend halfway, or not a halfway, at least a quarter of the way, almost a quarter of the way up to the build site from the launch site. And they just don't have that land available to them.
Yeah, I just had to look this up. It's let's see here. Trying to figure out the slope grade of 39A, and it's not giving me the exact number I was looking at. I was like, oh, it's here. It's a number, but it's not 39A. It's just a number.
It's probably less than 1% would be my thinking.
I mean, it's got to carry these very tall rockets, and it's similar on 39B as well. So you don't want a huge slope. You're going to have to change the slope of the vehicle, and you have to know the exact grade. So 1% would be just about right.
Crow Guy has a question. Will Predator be ready for March launch? Don't know the answer, Crow Guy, but we're hoping so. Scott C. Is someone in our group keeping track of the timing and steps that are being taken as we sit and watch this process?
Yes.
Always.
Yeah, there's a little we've been tracking, I say we, but there's a tracking document that's been floating around where we've tracked all the different steps for each part of the fill process or the fuel loading process, but it's hard to make solid conclusions off of a lot of it because they do tend to change the order that they do things sometimes, but there are certain indicators that we're able to like make patterns off of to figure out how long it's going to be before certain events happen.
Yeah, so if they wanted to go through and today just fill it, static fire it as quickly as possible and no other tests and they had no other hiccups, it would have happened ages ago. Right now, this is just a long pause between either testing or they are doing additional testing on other systems. So they're going, let's say, on the fuel farm side, for instance, and going back and forth and testing, like, let's say, the LOX or methane side, there might be an issue there, or could even be part of the pressurization system. So that'd be connected to both, and they're going back and forth and trying to basically tweak the numbers, tweak the software until they get things just right.
And Claire Moriarty asked, can we have eyes on S24? And if you go to LabCam, Claire, you should be able to get a nice view of S24 on LabCam.
That would be surprising if all of a sudden we're getting the suborbital fuel farm going in the middle of all this, and it does the static fire instead. That would have been very surprising if that started or even happened.
Well, they said
which is not unheard of.
They said there was going to be 33 engine static fire. They just didn't tell us there was going to be 10 of them of S24.
Oh, that's funny. Actually, you only need 5. It's got
6 engines, doesn't it?
6 engines. So yeah, actually 5.5, really.
Triffle. Could the 7 unused tower segments at the Cape be designed for one of the sea launch platforms?
Well, this one's a fun question. So they have these tower segments at basically Roberts Road at the Cape Canaveral area. So it's SpaceX's property. They've got all these tower segments being built up. They even have 2 launch tables, one for 39A and then one for somewhere else. The question of where they're going to go, the sea launch platforms, it's still a ways out. They need to get other land-based options finished and done before they head to the sea launch platforms. So I think the sea launch platforms are out. The question then becomes where, and the first obvious one would be 49. So like you have 39A and 39B and all those, there's one that's up north. It's just right against Playa Linda Beach. And it's called 49. And so they will have to go through, get all the approvals from government levels to getting all of the like terrain data and soil conditions and actually go through and basically bulldoze it and grade it the way they need it just to install everything that they will need. So they'll have to have a second launch. Actually, they'll have 2 launch towers at 49 as the plans and the documentation that they put forth. So far, in the, I guess you could say, in the works or on paper, they have 7 that they are looking at doing. So there's going to be 2 at Boca Chica, and then there'll be 2 at 49, 2 sea launch platforms, and then 39A, which has 1. And so on paper, there's planned 7, but there could even be more. There could be 1 in the future at Pad 40, for instance. They're tower segments that they will need to put together, and they've already started construction of the underlayment for that tower. We just haven't seen if the tower segments are at Roberts Road or if they're somewhere else. So if they're using the same tower segments as Starship, the best idea that would be they could use that for a crew access arm that they're needing for Pad 40. It's going to be an additional, I guess you could say, backup. So if 39A has an issue or RUD or something happens with Starship and it causes an issue, now they have Pad 40. And if they basically overbuild the foundations of Pad 40 and put an integration tower segments in there and don't basically have it as tall, it's just enough for the crew access arm, they can come back, finish it off with the rest of all of the pieces for Starship. And this is basically when they are retiring Falcon 9. So that's their eventual plan, is that Starship will eventually retire Falcon 9. And so this is a way of saving a bit of money by spending a little bit more up front for their tower segment. And so that's a pretty interesting thought, is where those tower segments go. So thank you so much for that question.
I've got a super chat from Mark Shellard. Would it be wise to have another low hop and landing before trying to catch on the chopsticks?
Yeah. So right now the Starship right now is ship 24 and booster 7. And we do need at least one good launch and landing test basically out at sea on both of these to understand all the dynamics at play for especially the booster, because you want to test that one before you actually catch it. However, at the same time, you could test.
Hey, Thomas.
Yes.
I want to indicate to you that we have a green screen situation.
Oh, the stream is still live. We're good on the stream side. It's just on our end.
Okay.
So anyways, the booster itself, so let's say booster 7, they filed, I think, with the FCC some paperwork to indicate a plan to basically catch it with the tower, something along those lines. They were looking at doing some sort of catch procedure, and there's some FCC documentation. This is ages ago, almost I'd say like 8-9 months ago. But the idea, if they go through and do a landing sequence, it would actually be pretty close to making it. The last little bit would still be the area they don't have enough data on. So that's where you'd say, yeah, you'd probably throw it out. But if they're already at that accurate of a direction where they could catch it, most likely they would catch it, because it's a lot of the Falcon 9 heritage would basically be built into this, as well as having more control authority. So the engines give it more control authority, and it could basically hover. So when it comes down to land, it's about 1 meter per second that it's going to be landing on the chopsticks. It's going to be caught by the chopsticks, but it's also going to be landing on them. But that's such a low velocity, you're almost talking about a hover. That 1 meter per second is just so that you get somewhere without running out of fuel eventually. But yeah, that's going to be an interesting direction that they could go. Is that, yes, they could basically have that dogleg maneuver. If it doesn't succeed on that, it goes in the ocean. If an engine goes out at any point during the dogleg maneuver, it goes in the ocean. So if there's a chance that they could do it, yes, for booster 7, but it's at this point less likely, because they want to get more testing data and basically landing it virtually at sea, where it would basically be caught by nothing, but it pretends that it's there and it gets the actual coordinates right. I think that's a real possibility that they do go. So thank you for that question, Mark. Feel like it. Yeah. Sorry.
Question from Alan Lawrenson. Can someone send Scotty to bed so we can get the static fire then?
I did see him in the voice chats earlier, so he must still not be in bed. Scotty, go to bed. Yeah, every time Scotty goes to bed, we get launch activity and static fires.
I'd like to go through a list of new members that we have that popped up over the last hour or so. Scott Babcock, Pete 2.0, Down the Tubes, Brenton Charles, Nathan Beatty, Steve Lambert, Anonymous, Crow Guy, Kiwi Raven, SJ, TJ Reynolds, Mauser, Mel Clodius, Bogan C, Zero Fox, Jean-Michel Dutel, Eagle Eye Chuck, Grandpa Joe 42, Stumpy 001, Greg Patterson. Thank you all for becoming members or rejoining. It was appreciated. And we look forward to a static fire today and future launches in the system. Please come back as much as you possibly can. We're here every day, 24/7.
And if you haven't, join our Discord chat. It's !Discord, and it'll give you the link. It's a great community. We have voice chat that's pretty active, and the rest of the community very active in rockets and space. We do have a deep dive section where people who've gone through and talked basically for at least I think we require a couple of different parts and privileges of time and basically conversations about the technical details before you get into those channels, but you can actually read them and you get into some very deep and interesting parts of Starship and some math as well. So that's always fun. I just lost everyone. I said math. Whoops. Do we have any other questions?
Yeah, Claire Moriarty asked, is S24 moving today? No, it's not. It's sitting there and it's going to go through its own static fire coming up in the future.
You said S24?
S24.
Because yeah, S25 is at this site ready to do a static fire, and S24 is basically back at the Rocket Garden.
Oh, that's right. I'm confused.
And they're getting a few more tiles added to it. They have to go through install the FTS system, so those would be the explosives, and that's before the flight. And they might do that over at the launch site. It's one of the last things you do. There's a few more tiles underneath the flaps that look like they need additional work. And I think that was the majority of it. There might be other little odds and ends. Remove before flight stickers and tags, those kinds of things. Maybe remove a ladder that's inside of the ship, that kind of thing.
Brian Dickinson asked, do we know if the chopsticks need to be oriented over the platform when catching, or is it possible chopsticks could catch a ship when there is a booster in place and then add it?
Trying to understand the last part of that question, or is it possible that chopsticks could catch a ship when there's a booster in place?
Yeah. For instance, if there's
on the table.
On the table, yeah.
Yeah, so what the chopsticks should be doing is they should go to the left. So in our view, let's see here, what's a good view? Yeah, actually on the bottom right-hand view, if the chopsticks move over to the left, that's basically the catching position or one of the catching positions it should be in. It could also, and that's if it's catching a starship. So if it's catching the booster, you could catch it over the orbital launch mount. You can do a water deluge system, and if you have a water deluge on the top of the orbital launch mount, that's even better because you're protecting it and you're reducing the amount of noise and vibration, but it's only about 3 engines worth. So it's not nearly as much as if you basically did a 33 inch on a takeoff or something like that. However, the detriment there is you are putting your launch table at risk, which is very expensive infrastructure. It's stage 0. The reason why it's called stage 0 is all the infrastructure that you need for launch and connecting it to the booster and all of the other equipment that basically would start up the engines for the outer 20, it's all built into that launch table. So you don't want to put that at risk. However, If you feel like you're or at least SpaceX, if they feel like they're ready to land it over the launch table, they could. It's just the Starship would have to land or be caught by the chopsticks off to the left hand side. The right hand side would not be operable because they have the ship basically QD arm that comes out and reaches and connects to the ship, and that's in the way.
Underpants 3, will anything happen before our bedtime in UK, UTC 10 p.m.?
I usually think that they go for about midnight for UTC for you guys. It's just the way these things usually work. So that's why Scotty's always going to bed right when stuff happens.
Here, G, the physicist, do any of the newest Raptor 2s have any visible progress in eliminating the fiddly bits?
I know that Raptor 2s have eliminated quite a few fiddly bits. I'm just trying to think if there's any additional fiddly bits from version 2 to version 2. I do know that there has been a few different pieces that have migrated around, but nothing major. And I suspect that they are also testing out pieces from, let's say, Raptors 2.5 or whatever's next, maybe 3. They will test those, at least the smaller subcomponents, with the current Raptors if it's compatible. So if it's a new system that a new control system, for instance, or other things, they will shift over in the middle of production, and it's kind of weird. It's like you get these Franken rockets that change out quite a bit.
Nebold, do you think they disconnect the QD for security this time? I'm not quite sure what he means there.
So during the static fire, with the quick disconnect, basically retract for the static fire, I think they usually always leave it attached for security. Because if you have some issue with the vehicle, and let's say you can't control even the launch mount, like something sort of rutted, but it didn't completely rutted, that's a way to describe it. You want to be able to pull all of your fuels and everything out, and by having that QD system attached, it prevents that. Also, something to mention, we haven't mentioned this yet, but we do have our weekly videos that come out every Sunday. So that's something you should definitely subscribe to the channel for if you haven't already. We go through a lot of the details of what goes on at Starbase. It's a really quick recap, very thorough, and then there's not a lot of fluff in it. It's just the facts and the details that are essential to understand what's going on at Starbase. So definitely check out those videos if you haven't, and subscribe to the channel when you actually check those out, because it's worth it. What are the next questions?
Commander Turtle, what are the big indicators to look at?
Okay, so right now we do have the venting on the launch table. That's a big one. But the other big one is venting on both sides of the fuel farm. So right now we've got a little bit of venting on the lock side, and that's why we have venting on the table, because the lock side is venting. But the bigger indicator is that methane side. So if we get a view of Rover 2, that is the methane side of the fuel farm. That's the next step of this whole process. If we start to see venting over there happen, then we can start to see, let's say, the ring on the launch table. You'll see it frost up, and that's pretty much the sign that they're loading prop. They're getting ready to static fire here, and then you'll see about between 18 and maybe 36 feet of locks, basically that ice line building up. Each of those lines on the booster is 6 feet, so that's how you can kind of determine the size I'm talking about. So if it's 18 or 36 feet, 36 feet would be 6 of those lines. So if you count out 6 lines, and that's where the frost line gets, that would be about the field position that we're kind of expecting. Then you would see a static fire after you see a big cloud coming out of the bottom of the table. That would be basically the FireX system turning on, and you either see one of two things happen: a spin start or spin prem test. So it's like they spin up the turbo pumps and everything else on the Raptor engines, and they spit out basically oxygen and methane, and it's ready to burn, but they don't ignite it. Or they go ahead and just go right for the static fire. That's what we're really aiming for, and that's what Gwen Shotwell's talked about. Was it 2 days ago? Or was it yesterday? I can't remember now. But
I think it was
that's what
yesterday.
wow. I've read so much about it. I'm like thinking, was it yesterday or the day before?
It's starting to feel like we're actually doing this now.
Well, it's got a lot of locks, but I haven't seen anything from the methane side yet.
Nothing on the methane side, but the actual. So the venting that we saw leading up to this point was kind of just seemed like they were depressurizing the cryo tubes on the lock side. But now, if you look on the bottom, where are we at? On the Rover 1 cam view, so that's your top right camera, you can see the actual pumps venting out of the backside. So, or sorry, those are the kettle boilers. The subcoolers for liquid oxygen. So basically, while those are venting, it's pretty much safe to assume that the pumps are actually rolling, which means that we're probably getting close to starting. And that flow coming out of the launch mount is picking up pretty drastically as well, too. And the methane kettle boilers just turned on. So I think we're getting close.
I'm seeing if we can get a view of that here. I mean, this is exciting to see how much we've got on both sides now. So the kettle boilers are at least frosting up, and there's a little bit coming out of the top of them, but it's on the right side. That's the pre-chill system we're seeing on Rover 2. So hoping to get a view of that here in just a moment.
It's hard to tell if you guys are able to see Rover 2 right now. It's hard to tell if those pumps are going. And I do not have the volume up very high right now, so I can't hear it. Usually it gets pretty loud as soon as they start going, though.
Okay, I got Rover 1 as the main picture. We've got Rover 2 as the sub picture. So it's updating here. That's good to see. Yeah, you can see on that little picture-in-picture, that's Rover 2. It's it looks like it's frozen now.
Having troubles with that one.
Yeah, this is a brand new system we're using for the first time today. So
It's weird. The only camera that it doesn't like is Rover 2 cam.
it's such a good camera. So of course it's okay. So it's got some frames coming in now. We're getting there. But yeah, you can see that the view shows that we have a lot of chilling going on the right side, and that's like the priming of the system. And then the other part is that that tall smokestack on Rover 2. It's not the one you can see on Rover 1 here. It's a bit further back behind the tank. It looks like it's venting out of the tank. There's a pipe coming out of it. It's not a smokestack, it's just a pipe. Anyways, that is venting off nitrogen, and it's attached to a heat exchanger. That heat exchanger, it's going through and putting liquid methane through the system. It's coming back, being reclaimed, and they're basically pumping nitrogen through there to reclaim that methane. So they're basically taking it back from a gas down to a liquid. And that's how they're chilling down the pipes. They're basically putting it through a loop.
Man, I'm getting excited. It feels like we're getting close now.
Yeah, it's getting closer. I still want to see those methane hippos turn on, and that's when we're in the big time. But there is so much coming out of that the launch table
yeah.
of Able. Yeah, it's getting heavier too. You can see it just kind of plume down at the bottom every once in a while.
Yeah,
So-
on Raptor Roost Cam, it looks like a whole cloud is sitting there underneath the launch tower.
Yeah, one other thing I failed to mention was that we will see, once all of the venting is stopped off the table, we will see some venting directly in behind the integration tower. It would be off to the left of this view. That's something else to watch for. But we're not quite there yet.
Methane pumps are rolling.
Oh, it's getting higher
here we
pitched.
go.
You can hear it. Yes. Yeah, the full bore. Maybe we can show that on Sapphire Cam if Rover 2 is not cooperating here with us today on this particular part of the live stream. It does work. Rover 2 is working fine on the other views if you want to view it there as well. But this is where commentary is.
This is stressing me out.
This is getting me excited.
Yeah, the anticipation is just killing me.
Let's build it up now.
So one of the things that, if those of you who watch Rover 2 Camelot during these tests, there's often a vent that happens in front of the kettle boilers, or like right to the right of them. And we talked about this on one of the other on the RGV live stream a few weeks ago. But basically, that vent that kind of goes like straight into the air, and then there's another one that goes to the side. Basically, these kettle boilers for the methane side have to like remain pressurized, whereas the liquid oxygen ones, they just they don't have an actual valve on them to let out the or the nitrogen venting in the back. So these ones, the valve has to actually open to let out that boiled off nitrogen gas. So in order to keep that tank pressurized, they have to actually pump liquid nitrogen into the kettle boiler versus just letting it flow in there using gravity like they do on the liquid oxygen side. And so since they're actually sending it in there under pressure, they can't allow any gases to pass through that pump. So when you see that venting going straight in the air right to the side of the methane kettle boilers, that is usually a sign that they're starting to bleed off all of the gaseous nitrogen out of those lines so that they're only receiving liquid at those pumps. It's basically the same process that they're also doing on the launch mount, which just ended. So I think we are actually into propellant loading right now.
Well, one thing that we saw earlier that I would expect to also see is that the pipes, basically, they're not pressurized, as you mentioned. You want to build up pressure, and when you're basically at a lower pressure state and building up pressure, you're going to start to gasify again for some of that because it's just part of the. Well, actually, no, it goes the opposite way. It wants to get colder, but it gets warmer. Sorry, it gets warmer when you pressurize. And so when you're depressurized and you're just venting out, it gets cold very quickly because it's going from a high pressure state liquids to gases to basically a 1 bar pressure outside. So you're dealing with 1 bar or higher than 1 bar inside those pipes. But when they close it up, it's going to start warming up, and you want to vent off again because it's gasifying a bit. You are pressurizing it, but it's not enough to keep it liquid.
Wow. I like seeing the way that before they added the
you see the kettle boilers? I'm sorry. Look at the kettle boilers on Nurdle 2.
That's what I'm looking at right now. The way that's hitting the back of the berm with the new ramp. You get different views on this depending on how the wind is blowing, essentially. So a lot of times it's blowing to the north. And so it doesn't really hit the back of the berm like that, but it's kind of cool watching it go over the top of it like that.
Yeah, Connor, can you see it and hear it right now? All of that venting.
I can just hear a very just muffled sound. I can definitely hear something going on over there. It's similar to what I was hearing earlier, but then it's when they entered that sort of hold pattern, it definitely subsided. But I'm hearing it again, and I'm seeing a lot. It's like ground level clouds out there sweeping across the wetlands. It's really cool to see from this vantage point.
With the amount of locks, I'm wondering how much more the air just feels clean and how much more energy you feel like you have.
I feel like I'm breathing out. You know those like cans of air they sell at the store? I just feel like that right now. I'm just feeling amazing. It's just pure Your locks.
Well, now we're getting mostly nitrogen venting, so hopefully you're nowhere near there.
Asthma coming on.
Do we have a frost line yet on that LOX tank? I don't think we do.
No, but I think we are in that fill mode right now, so or at least very close to that fill mode. What was the one indicator we usually had before fill that was very obvious? Do you recall? Because I see, that bottom line's frosting up. I can see that now.
It's the vent on the back on the launch mount. So as soon as that starts, if the pumps are still going, when that vent stops, then that means that they have to be loading fuel, or at least liquid oxygen. Usually with methane, it's kind of hard to tell when it happens because there's not really as visible of a sign because they're constantly recycling methane. So it's kind of safe to assume a lot of times that when the liquid oxygen side does it, the methane side is as well. Actually, okay, I take that back. So you can actually hear the difference in the methane pumps when they start loading fuel versus when they're doing pre-chill. It's a pretty audible change once they really start pumping. And there's a visuals change as well, I guess. So it is kind of obvious if you know what you're looking for. Unfortunately, we can't really roll the tape back and show it right now. But man, this is awesome. You said you can see the frost line on Booster 7? Because I don't.
No. I see the frost line on the ring. So it's the nitrogen purge ring.
The Raptor chill vent?
Yeah, I guess that would be Raptor chill. If I'm probably looking at the wrong ring then.
So on the top right screen, can we full screen that by chance? The top right one, Rover 1 camera?
Yeah, you can see that it's got little clouds coming off of it, and it's just white. It was silver earlier.
That frosty pipe right there is basically the collection line for the liquid oxygen that comes out of the Raptor engines. So basically,
Air and fill mode.
Yeah, all 33 engines.
Ooh, I see frost on it
tank,
now too.
Tank. Yep, farm takes over. We may be able to see it.
Yeah, so I think we should switch over to, you said Nerdle Cam?
Did we freeze up right here?
Yeah, I think so. And the stream has the image frozen for us. So I think we should switch over to Nerdle. Oh, last second it switched. Wow, look at all that venting. Jeez. So one thing that I measured, I think this was the last time with the WDR, the speed at which it was going was about 1.8 feet a minute as far as the frost line. So it does move pretty quick when you are filling it, but I'm not sure if that was their quote fast fill, because I don't think it really would get it into that 30-minute time period that Elon wants. But that's an engineering goal, and that's the end goal would be that 30-minute refill time, because the engineering goal is 1 hour turnaround times, which is huge. Looks like Rover 1's working again for us here. It's in that picture-in-picture. You can see that frost line really building up. If you want to go ahead and switch back to that. Technical issue here. Back with us, Zach.
Yeah, I am. Sorry about that. This is pretty awesome. So yeah, this tank level is actually rising pretty quickly.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, it's already to the LOX manhole, and that's up about 12 feet right there. I think I said I'm aiming for about 36 feet. So we're going to get there pretty quick. and that should be about 20 minutes to fill if it's 1.8 feet per minute and 36 feet.
Yeah, it will
That'll
be
be
interesting to
pretty quick.
see how high they actually go on this. I'm actually going to back Raptor Roost cam up a little bit so that we can see the full.
Whoa,
The
we
full
were already
plume
getting a frost line
on the
or at
methane
least
tank.
on the
Yeah.
methane tank. Yeah, that's surprising. I mean, it means the downcomer was being filled first before they filled with the locks, and that actually makes sense. The downcomer, you don't want to crush it. You don't want to put a lot of pressure there. But that's already about looks to be 4 feet directly right there, and it's rising up pretty quick.
I'm really excited to see just how large the plume from this is.
I think we're gonna have to zoom out Nurdle to almost its maximum, just to get the whole plume and all the dust for the first 5-6 seconds. Just thinking back about that 14 engine static fire, and it was quite something. While it's filling here, and I'm suspecting maybe 20 minutes or less for the fill process. Do we have any other questions, Philip, if you're still with us?
I'm still here.
Awesome.
I do want to point out, though, that we have 4,000 people watching and only 2.3 thousand have liked this. I think we should get more likes now.
Yeah, if we have people hitting the like button, I think we're gonna get to that static fire phase a lot sooner.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys are excited to see 30, if you guys are excited to see 33 engines fire, then I mean, definitely tune in, and like, subscribe, and just be sure just to follow our Discord and everything, because it's all we're about here, and you'll see a lot of it. So definitely exciting times ahead of us here, and today is no exception, with 33 engines potentially being fired at once. This is going to be insane.
And any little bit helps. One thing that it does the best, honestly, is share it on Twitter, share it to your friends and family who you think might enjoy this, because this is going to be monumental, one way or the other. As long as we get to that flamey end, it's going to be big.
We have a question here from 55 Chevy Guy. Any thoughts on why SpaceX didn't disconnect the QDs with the wet dress rehearsal? Since we've seen the ship shrank when filled, wouldn't they verify any issues from altering the CD alignment with that shrinkage?
Well, the plus side, you would find out you have an alignment issue if you did that. But on the minus side, you're going to have to get rid of that propellant somehow, and it's going to take quite a while to do it if you're not able to hook up to the vehicle. So, yeah, that one's probably best if they didn't disconnect. I mean, you're not disconnecting until you basically have your launch sequence anyways. So they didn't even get that far with the WDR. The WDR would have had the engines turn on, then the QD system would retract while the engine or the rocket's pretty much almost lifting off. It's within that last few seconds that happens. It takes 1.5 seconds for the QD system to fully retract. We'll keep an eye on that today. Make sure it doesn't retract for the 33 engine static fire. There might be other things, other considerations to think about and consider as far as the vibrations and heat from the 33 engines, even up there. I doubt that they'll retract it, but they could. They could do a lot of different things that we're not expecting here today.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to consider about that is that the booster QD is actually responsible for starting up the Center 13 engines. So it really can't disconnect until those engines are started. So it'll definitely happen after the engines are ignited, unlike a lot of other launch systems where they connect or disconnect right before. This is actually directly involved in engine startup.
Question from
That's
Oh,
beautiful.
I think we froze up a little there.
Question from Philip Moyer. What is the minimum time required to chill the engine systems, prop load and fire, and then safe the systems? We have about 6 hours in the closure, and that was from about 20 minutes ago.
Well, at least with the previous iterations, it seemed to be for the ship, at least for version 2 Raptors, we are seeing about 15 minutes is the time it takes to chill down those engines. Plus or minus a few minutes, but it's around 15-minute mark. The other side of that will answer like the other minimum. There's kind of two of those. Is the relight. The engines already have been chilled down, and you start them back up. They should be still very chilled down, but you're talking about a relight within about 5 minutes or 6 minutes. So that would be the other minimum. And I actually need to double check that one as well, because that's a number that they've published at least part of. Looks like we've got a couple more questions and some super chats as well.
Yeah, Roger Hall. I hope Rover 2 is clamped down for the 33 engine static fire versus getting blown over, which the previous engine test happened. Well, it tilted down. I'm not sure it got blown over.
Yeah, its mechanism would move because of the vibrations, and so it would look down. This is actually, I believe, a different camera, so we're not dealing with that particular issue.
And we also have Rover Cam down on the beach.
And I went through and did a quick measurement for the two of these. So depending on where Rover 1 is, I don't know the exact location. It's between like 400, 480 meters, maybe 500, depending on exactly where Rover 1 is at. But it's pretty close. I think it's still around like 480 is my best guess. And then Rover 1, it's just right across the street at like 140 meters, I believe. So, I mean, if Starship was to lie down with the launch table, we would get a nice little kiss.
We have the methane the methane pumps just shut off. Oh, this is exciting. And I think I can't tell if the LOX pumps are still going. It's tough to see with all of that condensation in the air, but I think those may have turned off as well. So now, yeah, they're definitely off. So once that vapor cloud kind of disappears here in the next few minutes, we'll be able to more easily tell what is where the Raptor chill is coming from. You can actually see it pretty well on NerdleCam. Furthest to the right is where the Raptor chill is coming out of the vent. That's like basically in a what do you call it? A collection basin. So it's tough to tell the difference between them while that vapor cloud from the kettle boilers is still going. If you look on Rover 1, the left side view, you can see that cloud going straight by the the launch mount. I love that view.
Yeah, we're up to 30 feet now, so we're pretty close to that 36-foot mark I was talking about. It's actually about almost half a ring, so we're up to about 33 feet.
So one of the next things that we'll see when... so we know for sure that the liquid methane side is done, but when the liquid oxygen side is done, we'll see the vent. Oh, it just started actually. So the vent on the side of the launch mount will start again. Okay, I guess it turned off. But once that vent turns on again, basically they have to drain out the flex hoses that are connecting that big supply pipe to the actual QD. Like before they light the engines, they try to drain out as much of that system as possible so that, I don't know, in case the event of an explosion, it doesn't go backwards through the entire system. I think there's a possibility of that happening anyways, but they're at least removing a lot of the fluid from that line and kind of keeping it a little bit safer in a way by not having those 19-inch pipes filled with liquid oxygen and liquid methane.
Wow, we're nearly to that 36-foot mark, or about maybe 8 inches away from that.
Yeah,
And I'm
they
seeing
have,
that there's a lot of methane at the top as well. You can see that on Raptor Roost, that bottom right view. Oh,
yeah, they've
wow.
definitely not stopped with the liquid oxygen. They're still going with that.
Yeah, originally was thinking they were going to do like fill it up to the maximum limit for the oxygen, just because there's like 7,000 tons of thrust, and the launch table can only take so much. Well, they're going up to at least 36, so they're meeting double of what they had for the 14 right now as it is. So I hope they keep on going, because that more
Right.
they put in there, the more it weighs it down. It's just the methane side. It's like don't fill that one to the top. That one's good. Yeah, they had the full WDR a while back, and they actually evacuated the entire village, evacuated the build site all the way up to which would be the road, which would be just parallel to the Rio Grande, which I think is Richardson, and then becomes Rio Grande Drive or something like that. Um, yeah, that entire area up until that road gets evacuated, and it's it was pretty big when they were doing the WDR, because that was like, this is almost the same as a launch day. So that was a big clue on a lot of other little procedures like that. Do we have some more questions we can go through while we're still waiting for it to finish filling?
I have some couple super chats. One from Vanquished for $2. Thank you for the live stream. Wayne Farmer, 33 US dollars. Here's $1 for each Raptor. Don't want any of them to be lazy. And LexMax, $5 New Zealand. Thank you very much for your donations. And questions. Commentators are eating crow on prediction of the test fire, UK.
Pro is best well cooked.
Yes, absolutely. And we're trying to cook it with 33 engines. How much cargo could a Starship return to Earth, low Earth orbit, assuming no refueling?
Hold on. It looks like there's a helicopter on Nerdle cam.
Which side of or what part of Nerdle Camp are you
Where
seeing
did it
this on?
go? I'm not sure where it went.
Which part of Nerdle Camp did you see it on, by the way? So if it reappears, I could figure out.
Mauser said it was about a minute back.
Was it a small helicopter or a large one?
It's probably the red one.
Oh, did they ever send it back? Because that's the one that they would have used for the WDR.
So LOX pumps are still going. That's a good sign. The more the merrier.
Yes, absolutely.
The amount of methane that they have in there is actually kind of impressive to me, because it seems like a lot more than necessary.
And I did rewind back to, it was 14, 13, 14, or even 13, 13. You can see that helicopter going by on Nerdle, for those of you who want to double check. And it just looks like to be a smaller helicopter. I cannot tell if it was the one that they did for the WDR, but it would be maybe the approximate size or shape, maybe even color. It kind of did have a bit of a red tinge to it.
Could have been a Coast Guard helicopter going down the coast.
Yep, it could be. It's hard to tell. We weren't really zoomed in on it, and we've got a nice wide view, and even that wide view on Nerdle, we're going to see the plume going probably all the way over to Marvin. That's the LR 1100 crane, and then it will go all the way to the right as far as this plume. It'll be quite something. What was the cosmic arc question that you were asking before?
How much cargo could a Starship return to low Earth orbit, assuming no refuel?
So let's see. Cargo, could a Starship return to Earth Leo? Return to Earth Leo, I'm not sure how to understand that question. To bring to Earth Leo, you're talking about basically 250 metric tons of cargo if you have no flaps, no heat shield tiles, no header tanks. It's the disposable one. That's what Elon brought up just recently. So it's something that they have considered. There's no plans for, but it's a possibility if somebody ever says, hey, I've got 250 metric tons of X satellite or just material that I want to launch to space. They now have the ability to do a disposable Starship. One way you could do that is basically taking off all the heat shield tiles and all the extra bits off of the vehicle. Let's say one that has already been flown several times, but they're going to throw it away anyways. And that's a simple way to do it. It's disposable at that point. You can remove the header tank material. You just have to reroute some plumbing or cap it off, really. And the problem is solved. So if you actually are saying, let's say, take the header tank, you don't need the pipe material. You can actually still reuse that material as pipes and tanks. So now it's just got a little bit more extra tank capacity, which means it has a longer burn time, but it means it's taken away from the payload at the same time. It's kind of a give and take there. Let me see if there's any other parts of that question. That would be about it. Yeah, so 250 is the max limit. And who's the next question we have from? Look at, I think you're muted.
Maybe you had to sneeze.
Perhaps I guess he did. I think I've got the question here. So Toucher in space, no question, but just want to say that being able to switch camera views is great for this. Thank you so much. It does help in basically discussing what we're talking about is switching between the cameras and having them pan around a bit for us. We've always had the ability to pan it. Now it's the new feature, and we're getting better at it as time goes on and finding some bugs and fixing them live in front of you. So thank you to, actually, I'm going to at least shout out Lucid, Arc, and Mouser, who've put a lot of their time into this part of the project, among others.
I'm back.
All right. What's our next question after that from, I think it was SpaceX Cowboy?
Yes. Any SpaceX employees watching at the entrance of production?
We don't have Rover 1 over there.
We don't have Rover 1 over there, but maybe we could see them on Sentinel, looking at the roadblock, because usually there was a crowd that came up to the roadblock.
Yeah,
I
earlier
can
there's
check
a
on
tent.
Raptor Roost, but I don't know if I'll be able to see that far.
Just checked on Sentinel. It's looking at that direction. I do not see any employees currently gathering. So that is a good one to keep an eye out for, because that's the litmus test, the Philokid litmus test, is when you see employees building up over at the roadblock, or especially on the shipping containers and the berm just in front of the let's say Stargate building and Tent 1 over there next to Midbay. That's when you're really expecting the static fire is imminent.
Yeah, maybe they could move Sentinel a little bit to the left so they could see the containers.
I actually can see the containers pretty clearly. It's just to the left is the end of the containers, and you can see all the way to the right, and they've got a railing up there for all of the employees. So we're not quite ready for the static fire. We haven't even had the siren, so we'll probably have both of those events happen pretty quick to each other.
Would Raptor Roost be able to see that right now?
No, I
You'd
think
only be able to see people on the hillside or the berm to the right if there's anything there.
I think the the roadside shrubbery is in the way of Raptor is seeing it, unfortunately.
Dang.
Yeah,
What I can't-
at least for the shipping container side. But on the berm side, yeah, if you saw the right side, there's a little building in the back.
Scrubbed it, Alex.
They scrubbed it out. Oh, that's. I'm not sure if they did. I heard somebody talking to the back. I think that was Connor's friend over there.
Anyway, John Boy, will there be any ambient sound on this channel?
I'm not sure. Actually, Lucid, if you're still listening in, I don't know. Are you putting any ambient in for the static fire?
We will certainly try to. I don't want to make any promises that it'll be perfectly aligned, but we'll try our best to get some ambient
Is there
audio for
any
you.
risk of freezing the stream when that happens? Because that's
and just a heads up, Keith was joking. By the way, there's no scrub. Everybody, we're all good. Just caught that in the background.
Speaking of frozen, I think Rover 2's was frozen earlier.
I think
It's always
we'll just
having
try to play the
issues there.
audio. I think we'll just try to play the audio from Rover 2. Not show it. I think we can get the audio working. Apologies for all of the little hiccups we've had, but certainly excited to have this functionality. I think it's been awesome so far.
hey, we appreciate all the background work you're doing back there. Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, you guys have put a lot of effort into this, and it's working great so far, and it's looking great in so many ways. The Rover 2 is just not being happy. We got to figure that one out.
I mean, it just we're coming along. I mean, I was just watching my memories from when you and I actually were on there together for SN9's launch, and just to see how far just the UI has come, and it's just so it definitely amazing things happening, and just a lot of great evolutions with a lot of our overlays and just everything we have going on here with LabPadre. So it's exciting to be a part of the team and just to see history in the making here.
I'm still looking for that history as far as the employees running out. It's like it's almost written. We're getting close. Nah, not yet.
Yeah. What's your guys' guess? If you had to guess time now, I guess it's a little bit easier than when we asked a little bit earlier. What do you think the current ETA is?
It looks like they're, still filling the liquid oxygen right now, so it's tough to say. I mean, it really depends on how high they want to go with that. I wouldn't be surprised if they go all the way to the top of the chines at least, but it's about halfway up that ring that it's just started climbing up now, and the pumps appear to still be going. Yes, they are.
Yeah, so it's really determining how much more locks we have. Are we going to go to full? If we're going full, then it's going to be a little while longer. Let me see here. It was shoot, I don't remember how tall the lock tanks are off the top of my head.
Oh,
I
there we
forgot.
go. There's the helicopter.
I must have missed it.
I think you missed it. It was on a Sapphire camera.
Said the same thing.
Where is it? I don't see it.
It's so small.
It would have been either towards South Padre or directly due west of you, or sorry, east.
Okay. There's some mustache venting on the launch mount, which we can't see, I guess, from this. Oh yeah, there we go. On the bottom right there. Nice switch that actually stopped almost as soon as it started. Oh, and it froze. Man, that
Perfect.
camera's not wanting to play with us today. But at least we can see where it is. That is the mustache vent, if you guys haven't seen it yet.
But it froze at the right time to see the mustache vent. It's there you go. If you missed it, you just keep looking and you'll see it.
It's like some signal jamming going on right there.
Remember, everybody, we've got 5,600 people watching this, and we still only have 3,000 likes. Let's see what we can do, guys.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm responsible for one of those. I fixed it.
Yeah, I always forget to do that when I hop in, especially because usually the LabPadre live streams are 24/7. So you hit it one time and then you don't really think about it. So, but yeah, we definitely appreciate everybody who helps us by doing that. It definitely helps us out with the YouTube algorithm, letting people know that we're live. So yeah, we appreciate all of your support, and also thanks for all the super chats that have been coming in throughout the day. You guys are awesome, and it's really nice to see the level of excitement. I remember when it was back like this, probably, oh man, it's been like a year and a half since there's been this real level of excitement, I would say.
Almost 2 years.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of you, and y'all are gonna be mad at saying this, but a lot of you were some fair weather fans. There's a lot of fair weather fans that are back here now, and I'm happy to see all of you. And the fact that there's this many people in here just really like kind of drives it home how exciting and how close we are to this actual first launch. So yeah, glad to be able to share all of this with you, and feel like we're nearing the end of this countdown. Not really, not yet. We're still pumping liquid oxygen, but
yeah. Once we can see that it's stopped for a bit, then we're like, okay, now it's happening. By the way, speaking of the fans, there it is again. I can see it clearly as day. Is it gonna go this side or that side? It's that side. It's directly west of you now, Connor. I'm sorry, east. I've got my left and right backwards there.
Okay. I still can't see. There's some trees covering this view, but
hopefully nothing important happens because I'm tracking him right now on the camera.
Oh, while you guys are tracking, I'm going to do some super chats.
Oh my goodness, I was looking at the wrong side. But yeah, please do. I want to hear from the fans.
Leroy Hibbs, 20 pounds sterling. Zero Fox, $10 US. More multi-view commentary streams like this, please. Way more chill than way more chill than similar streams. 55 Chevy guy, $50 US. A special thanks to all behind the scenes that make LabPadre magic happen. Ted Gillette, $19.99 US. Thanks for the great job. Far Out, $4.99 US. To Cover Labs root beer and doing an awesome job, guys. Keith Penny, 5 pounds sterling. Great job, LabPadre and team. Thank you all.
I've been controlling this camera for a very long time, and it's never been as smooth as it is right now.
Yeah, I kept looking at Raptor Roost, and I had it backwards. I thought it was Nurdle for some reason, or Sapphire. My gosh. Yeah, so that helicopter, Connor, it's due north of you, headed east of you.
Coming your way.
They're looking for you. No, you're outside, way outside of the bounds here, and that is a smaller red helicopter. I'm pretty sure it's the one that they had for the WDR. I forget the model number. Do you remember the model number, Philkid?
I think they own this, right? Or do you think they're just renting it?
Or it was leased. It was owned by a pipeline or an oil company, an oil exploration company, according to the N number.
Yeah, that's what it was. So they leased it from them. I guess they don't need it for their pipeline stuff right now. So do we have any other questions we can go through as the countdown is getting closer and closer to imminent zero?
Space asks, how high do you anticipate the dust cloud getting? 500 feet?
Above the top of the screen on the Sapphire cam view, the top right camera.
That's like 800 feet almost. Maybe about 750, but wow.
Got a little distracted from my tracking job I was doing there.
Oh, it's going back.
Yeah, he's patrolling the oceans.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, he's doing patrol duty. That is really cool to see that they're really getting close to this, and they understand that if they have fishing trawlers coming up from Mexico or any other maritime trade going on that they decide they want to go this way through the waters here, that would be very disruptive.
Yeah, this is the anti-range violation system.
Does it have its own little rockets aboard, maybe? All right, what's the next question we have here, Philigan?
Excuse me. Jathan K. Do we know how long the static fire will be?
We do not. We are hoping that it's less than 5 seconds because, we don't want to see any lasting damage to the launch mount. Let's say that there's going to be damage no matter what launch. Maybe it's avoidable during a static fire. You know what I mean? There's a possibility that it's avoidable. So if so, then it's going to happen. Then it's going to be a short one. But with the level of methane that's in that tank, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a longer duration than we're expecting. I hope not.
Question from Adam B. How many times can the booster get tested before the metal stresses from cryofluids?
That's kind of a funny part, is that the cryofluids actually make it stronger. However, going through the changes in pressure and expansion and contraction here does fatigue the metal. So there is an eventual point. The original number they had for Falcon 9 was like 10, but that was just a best guess of how many reflights they could have. They're way beyond that now. They're at like 15 for Falcon 9.
Well,
and that's
I think
just for reflights.
Officially with Falcon 9 they did, and I don't know if this was the requirements for crew for NASA, but I think they did 150 pressurization cycles.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, and they have done similar testing for Starship, but it's really impossible to know how many of those cycles they did. And I mean, if they scaled it the way they did with Falcon, then I mean, it should have been like thousands of pressurization cycles, which is possible on the Can Crusher test stand that they have. Some of you may not be familiar with that, but unfortunately it's not at the launch site for us to be able to show you. But there are some good pictures online. RGB or even Lab has some footage of that rolling down the street. But sorry, I forgot where I was going with that. Also still trying to track this helicopter. Multitasking is y'all are seeing the limits of that right now.
Well, I'm gonna jump in and make it a little bit harder. We got some super chats. We got $4.99 US from Alexei Slowinski. $4.99 US. Can't even fathom the amount of people to be watching this on launch day. Steven Sadowski, $10 US. Do they gimbal the engines during static fire? And we have a PayPal from Mr. Smee for $100. Thank you very much, Mr. Smee.
Well, to answer Steven's question, they do not gimbal the engines during static fire, at least for the Starship and the systems here. We've seen them do static fires of single engines at McGregor, where they will be gimbaling the engines, and I believe that's directly to test out the thrust vector control, which they're changing over from hydraulic to electric.
Man, speaking of camera views though, I cannot wait for the first time that the booster comes back to be caught by the tower and to actually be able to, track that thing as it comes down for landing.
It's going to be so weird because it's decelerating and everything. You're looking at it and you're moving down and you have to slow to move down because it's decelerating the entire time. And then it starts up its engines as well. Those are decelerating even more.
Ooh, look at those vents. We got some deep. Wow.
Whoa. It looks like shampoo or something just getting rinsed off on Rover 1. That was beautiful.
Just de-ice the whole thing.
It did the same thing that during the WDR, but this time
That was
it's
a good
just
one.
it's like all lathered up and it just got rinsed off. That was funny.
Maybe that's their way of saving vehicle weight for takeoff.
Oh, when
Shed
the
the ice.
engines turn on, it all comes off.
It's
Yeah,
the
it'll
de-icing
probably-
system.
Man, so we still have liquid oxygen pumps rolling. There is some still some more venting coming out of the liquid oxygen tank right now, which is interesting. This is something that we kind of have talked about over the last few weeks from the wet dress rehearsal, as far as like the big methane vent that happened while they were filling the tanks. It's interesting the difference in the process that they do for the liquid oxygen side versus the methane side, because as they're filling this tank right now, I mean, you can see it venting on the top left right there. So as they're filling it, they're releasing pressure from the tank so that they can continue filling it without over pressurizing the tank. And the vent is just out of view right now for us. But they don't do that on the methane side. There it goes again right there. They don't do that on the methane side, and essentially they are actually recovering that. So like instead of venting it, there's a methane bleed line that collects gaseous methane from the tanks. So that's why that vent that they did during the wet dress rehearsal was a little interesting for me, because I believe they already do have the ability to capture that. And also that kind of vent that they did to depress the tank to keep filling, I'm surprised that it didn't happen earlier like it is during the liquid oxygen, like on the liquid oxygen side, because, you know, it happened while the fluid level was above the vent. So had it happened earlier, you would see what you're seeing right now with the liquid oxygen side. It would just be, you know, a depress like that. But because the liquid level was above the vent, it looked like, I mean, it was a 300 meter long cloud. You know what I mean? So I think it was just a weird procedure that may not ever really happen again.
By the way, just went through, did some counting on how many rings we have and how many feet that is. So we've got 90 feet of locks so far, which would be 27.5 meters. That is so much. It's more than half right now,
The chopper's
obviously,
back.
for the lux. You
guys
and your
ready?
shiny objects.
I really want to track him, but I also don't want to annoy the chat, or, you know, sitting here following a helicopter around. So I'm going to leave him be.
We know what it's doing.
Yeah.
We're good.
You guys ready for some more questions?
Yes,
Sure.
please.
Pete's Guide, Pete's Guide, are they going to do a full prop load, or might they light them off any second now?
I would say that they're doing a partial prop load, because it's not a full prop load on the methane side. You'd have to evacuate the entire area. They're doing quite a bit more than they have for any other static fire. For like some cryo tests that they've done, this is about the same for the nitrogen side, but nitrogen doesn't blow up, at least not like this. So methane, as much as they have cleared the area to basically the Prancing Pony, and they're patrolling back and forth along the ocean and the shoreline in large arcs to make sure that there is nobody intruding in this area. But we are not going to see any more on the methane side. But the LOX side, it could go all the way up to the top of the LOX tank here. So right up till the common dome.
Now, wasn't there some discussion of one of the reasons they needed to do the full stack was to have the weight of the Starship up there, and then that discussion kind of went by the way, because everybody said there'd be enough weight with the full LOX tank full.
Yeah, so LOX tank full would be enough weight to help. Basically, when the boosters is static firing, it's putting off about 7,000 metric tons of thrust. More thrust than the vehicle by a lot. When you have almost an empty vehicle, I have no idea what that thrust to weight vehicle thrust to weight ratio would be. Like typically, the vehicle with a bit of ullage, which is the gas inside, is going to weigh about 250 metric tons. That versus 2,000, I'm sorry, 7,000. The 7,000 is going to win easy. The hold down clamps, they can only take so much. The vehicle where it's connected to the hold down clamps can only take so much. So weighing it down is the proper way to go here.
Speaking of 7,000, we're approaching 7,000 viewers in the chat. So maybe it's a good time to reintroduce ourselves for everybody who's joined us in the last hour or so.
To the point we're getting down to the wire. So I'm Thomas.
I'm Philly Kid.
And my name is Zach from CSI Starbase. So welcome all of you. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you to everybody who liked the stream for us today. We really appreciate all of you helping to boost the channel. And it's really awesome having this many of you in here. I mean, I think the last time I looked down, we were at like 5,000. Now we're approaching 7. So welcome to all of the late comers. You guys showed up just in time. We're still filling liquid oxygen, waiting for that to stop so that we can get this static fire underway. But it looks like they're going all the way to the top almost.
At least on the LOX side, they're definitely going for a full tank. It looks like a full LOX tank for sure. And it looks like the CH4 is leveled out at that upper level there.
Yeah, it's about 18 feet, I think. So it's about 3 rings, plus or minus a bit.
I'm really liking the way this wave keeps going by the bottom of the screen on the Rover 1 cam.
It is awesome. Do we have another question? Because, actually, before we get to the questions, we were introducing ourselves. We actually forgot 2 people. So Lucid, he's with us, just listening in mostly, but he's the one making sure all of these views work perfectly here. So thank you for Lucid. And want to say hi?
Hey, everyone. Thanks for joining us.
And then we also have Connor, who is our eyes and ears on the ground. He's about 3.8 miles away, so he can hear it, smell it, see it, experience it for all of us here who can't be there physically. Connor, want to say hi? I guess he doesn't. He's off doing something else. He's experiencing it. But he's out there. He'll chime in, especially after the static fire. He'll give us the real report of how it feels. Okay, so let's get to the questions.
Sure.
Wow. Sorry, I'm looking at the Nerdle cam view. It's just the venting is kind of crazy. And we have another mustache vent. Sorry about that. Phil Kid?
That's all right. You scream, I'll stop.
Squirrel.
Cosmic. Would they do another wet dress rehearsal because all the changes they've made since the last one?
For the new boosters, I would assume that they would do additional wet dress rehearsals. They have a lot of ground testing that they have scheduled as far as the FAA that they can do. Many of that, a lot of that could be done for WDRs. They have 5 launches that they're going to be planning for at least this calendar year, for at least from the first launch here. They don't have the launch license yet, and I expect almost like 7 days after they get the launch license, they're pretty much going to launch within like a few days of that. It's going to be very quick.
And both Gwen and Elon are saying this guy, if the testing goes well, is going to launch in March, right?
Yeah. So hope everything goes well and perfect on this. So we get that March launch, or even sooner. Could be even sooner than March, depending on how well this one goes.
Andy Adler, do SpaceX pay Coast Guard for Defender and Shallow Defender boats?
I think you actually have the answer on this one, Philligan.
Well, we do know that SpaceX has 2 of their own shallow craft boats that they launch from Port Isabel to patrol the west and north side of the site. And the ships out at sea are all charter boats. All the charter dolphin watching boats from South Padre Island are all chartered by SpaceX and they put their security teams on them, and they patrol the outer limits of the area that's blockaded, that the Coast Guard has designated as blockaded. And the Coast Guard basically stands by to assist the SpaceX boats that have been, because it's a private operation, so the Coast Guard doesn't participate other than standing by to help police if needed.
There's like one Coast Guard boat, and so they're the ones who actually have to enforce everything. But SpaceX and the hired boats are the ones who basically intercept the other boats and say, "Hey, whoa, don't go any further. Stuff's going on," and they can communicate to say, "Don't go into here. You're going to interrupt our operations. You should go around, or hold off until the launch or static fire or whatever is going to go on for those events." But yeah, the exclusion zone is pretty tightly controlled, especially for the sea there.
We have a video, or I'm sorry, JK video. Is CH4 done loading?
Yep, it's done loading. It's been sitting there for a good solid about 20 minutes now.
Yeah, if not longer. We are still waiting on the liquid oxygen to finish, but at this point, it seems like they're going all the way to the top.
Keith Penny asks, what is the burn time for a fully full booster after launch?
It was about 7 minutes for the launch, and then there's going to be a little bit more of a burn for the landing itself. So that's going to be an interesting combination of numbers, because the 33 engines versus you're down to about 3 engines for the landing. I had the numbers in front of me. I just need to figure out where I put them for the exact minutes and seconds for the launch here.
Now, generally speaking, this combination of booster and Starship will not function exactly like the Falcon will, correct? The booster will go to a lower elevation or altitude than the Falcon booster will, before stage separation, correct?
Correct. So there is a bit of a difference between this ship and booster system and Falcon 9. So this carries a lot of weight and mass, which would be Starship up to a extremely high elevation, but it's still not enough, and Starship needs to plow through the rest of it. It's not even quite to, from what I could see, the Kármán line. So it doesn't get up to 100 kilometers, basically. That's the Kármán line. That's where effectively the atmosphere ends. There's no atmosphere you can do anything with.
I see somebody walking through the field on Sentinel Cam. Hope he's supposed to be there.
Oh dear. Can we get a view of that?
We got it up there right now. It's there's 2 people walking in there.
Oh. No, I think that's good, because that's towards the edge of the berm where they're walking over there. He's just finding a spot to stand.
Oh, so that's where I thought they stand on top of the wall.
Both. They stand on the berm and on the shipping container wall. So there's really 2 locations you're looking for. And I got that mustache going again.
They're slowly coming out there.
Okay, so if we're going full fill, like we're gonna squirt it out the nose, full fill like milk. We've got, looks like 18 more feet left, which is about 10 minutes at 1.8 feet per minute. So it's not too much longer now. Either way, we're either going to stop before then, or we're going to go out until the point where they're overfilling it a bit.
We have a reported siren.
Oh, nice.
They're still filling liquid oxygen.
Well, I said, 10 minutes? We still have 10 minutes for the siren and the static fire, and we'll still be filled.
Oh, this is exciting, guys. I'm sitting here. I mean, I could see both the frost lines on both the LOX and methane tanks from an early point here, but just seeing how full it is now and how close we are to this. Wow, it's gonna be really awesome to witness in person. I'm super excited to see this and hear this and be able to kind of describe the experience to you guys thereafter. This is gonna be awesome.
Actually, scratch that. It's more like 10 feet now that I'm looking at the frost line, not 18. So we're already past that point. So we're, what was it? I said 10 feet. We're about 5 minutes away, I guess, before it's completely filled. Almost 6. Woo-hoo.
And that mustache vent is venting continuously.
Yeah, that's a new one. Well, it's not
Yeah,
a new
so-
vent, but it's new that it's doing that.
It's new that it's doing that. Well, it's the flavor of today, which makes it so hard to predict what's going to happen next, right?
Yeah. So people are getting on the Merman Sentinel. We've got a T-minus 10 minutes. So it's really looking to be at about 1500 hours CST, which will be 3 CST or 3 Central Time. We will have that static fire, I believe, or at least close to thereabouts.
Well, if everything holds true to form, we should see the Fire X go off, and then very soon after that, there's another vent that will take place up near the side of the ship QD box, and that'll be, and then it'll fire, if I remember correctly, from the last time.
We still waiting on the vent from the launch mount as well too. So that'll let us know that they're actually done filling liquid oxygen.
Oh, the big vent on the side. Yep.
Yeah. I'm thinking we got at least 15 minutes, if not 20.
Well, at least for the fill side, it's getting really close. About that 5 or 4 minutes left. So, Philika, do we have any more super chats we should go through, and any last questions?
I do have some super chats. Fred Garvin, $10 US. Great job. Melanie Wilson, $19.99 US. Thank you very much, Melanie. Rody 12, 10 euros. Light that candle, hopefully before midnight GMT. Greetings from Germany. Frevels, CH Swiss francs, 10 Swiss francs. Thank you very much, Frevels. Greetings from Switzerland, and thank you for your great reporting and service. Teacher in space, 50 euros. Thought it would be, if you want to test a launch system that can be constructed on another moon planet, maybe part of the reason for finding solutions on Earth. Flat launch table, no water. And just in case, $1.99 US. What is the internal pressure of the booster?
Okay, so that one's a big mystery. So you're talking about at least 6 bar for the regular Starship, is what Elon has quoted as saying. But you're looking at a larger head pressure for the especially the LOX tank. So you can go through and calculate those numbers for what the minimum pressure is at the bottom of the LOX tank. But to find the and that will be the highest pressure, but you don't know what its highest pressure will be because there will be a pressure above it as well. So the ullage itself will be pressurized, and if you assume it's like a pressure of 6 bar, you've greatly increased the pressures up to like 12 bar.
I think we just finished liquid oxygen loading.
Ooh, got the dump as far as that LOX going out the side of the table. So that would be the LOX dump before everything's finished. And that's from the LOX lines off the QD, right?
Yes. So right now they're emptying out the big, huge flex hoses that go from the cryotubing up to the back of the QD. This is exciting.
And I'm just trying to look at that last bit there about how many feet it is, and that is about 4 feet from the very, very tip top, but it's already touching the bottom of the methane tank. So it's quite frosty there. So the methane tank itself is the shape of kind of like wine glass. It's got that cone shape that's an upside down cone with a tube going straight down. Um, it's got a lot of amazing properties to all of that, but the fact is it's kind of sitting already in the locks in two different areas. So on the downcomer and at the bottom of the header tank there. Or, I'm sorry, the common dome.
All right, so we're getting close now. It's actually going to be hard to tell because, the last vent that we should see, I think is separate from this one. It's a little higher up, but we're getting close. I think maybe as soon as that Firex water system turns on, maybe we'll be silent for you all.
That's the plan. As soon as FireX turns on, we're being quiet until after static fire, if we can help it.
I'm quiet from now until after the static fire, so I'll
There's
talk
no
to you.
way you're not going to be quiet, but you're going to be muted.
Well, at least on the stream, I'm muted. I've been muted most of this time. Just a little noisy out here. Yeah, I wish I could be engaging a bit more with the commentary, but I'll definitely be able to do so a lot more after. So yeah, let's hope for a great static fire here, guys.
Oh, it's going to be amazing, one way or the other. Very spectacular. So I'm hoping to see that blaze of glory. Looking like all the cameras are getting just perfectly aligned here for each shot.
Yeah, I'm preparing to have to back out Raptor Roost just in case that cloud gets really large.
Oh, it's going to get bigger than you think. It's going to come right at you.
I think so.
By the way, you're going to have to tell us how it's going to smell, Connor. But yeah, just to reiterate, Connor is he's almost about 4 miles away, but 3.83 miles, I believe. It's what we call Raptor Roost. It's along Richardson. It's a private house, so we're nowhere near close SpaceX's launch site here, just in case somebody's worried about it.
I might lose it if there's a spin prime.
Well, if there's a spin prime and then a static fire within like 10 minutes, that would be awesome.
So it looks like that vent on the side of the launch mount is almost finished draining out.
Does it always finish and close up before the static fire and launch and everything else? Or
Well, I thought they added a new or a new purge system on there that would actually push it out faster, but I haven't actually seen them use that yet. So, just lost Rover 2 there a little bit.
and Rover 1's frozen on our side as well. That usually happens right beforehand. They're really communicating a lot with Starship, and in this case, the booster, which is super heavy. Or, of course, as Gwen Shotwell calls it, the BFR.
See here. Is Rover 1 still frozen?
We're working on it.
Oh, and Elon just tweeted out attempting Starship 33 engine static fire.
Now's the time to also tweet out the link to our live stream so that everybody can view this as well. This is going to be spectacular.
Maybe we can full screen Raptor Roost if we're having issues with the other one. Still got some time if you want to play around with it, but once that FireX system goes off, you're probably only going to have like 10 seconds to get in.
Wow, that anticipation, you can
I
feel
know,
it building
right?
up.
Maybe
Yeah.
we can even side by side Rover 1 and Raptor, Bruce. I don't know if that's a possibility.
We're going to get a wide plume here.
You're telling me about the anticipation. I'm sitting here just staring right at it, trying not to miss it. Oh man, this is exciting.
Do you have the shivers? It sounds like you got the shivers. You're so excited.
It's I might, but it is a little breezy out here. Thomas, I have a sweatshirt on. Cut me a little slack.
I got the door and window open because the dogs are going crazy. So I'm shivering too. Oh, that'll be perfect. We're about 3 minutes past what was the top of the hour that we were expecting. By the way, now is in the best time in the stream to go to playback speed under your configuration settings and hit 2 times so you can get closer to live.
Does it actually work?
Oh, absolutely. I was about 4 seconds behind on Rover 2. Ooh.
You can see the Raptor chill venting really starting to pick up right now. So the vent that's happening on the bottom, or I guess the bottom of the screen next to the launch mount, is the Raptor chill venting for the liquid oxygen. And I'm actually surprised it's not venting more than that, because with this being a 33 engine test, but
What other venting should we see just right before the, let's say, the FireX? Is there any other venting we're expecting?
there is one vent on the front of the launch mount that we should see, but I don't know if we're going to be able to get that Rover 2 view, and it may be best not to try that view.
Yeah, it keeps freezing. It's pretty much as cold as the negative 180 degrees Celsius methane in there.
And now that we have that Sentinel cam view up, you guys can see all of the employees sitting outside waiting on the test to
It's
start.
packed.
And I see the helicopter doing another round right now.
It looks like they may have just put up a countdown as well. Let me check it out. It looks like they're at a T minus 40-second.
Where do they have a countdown?
They popped up a stream.
What?
I never expected this, and they actually are streaming it as well. That anticipation's just killing me, but at least we now have a T-0 indicator. So they're holding on something, probably pressure, temperatures, or maybe that waste valve is not quite closing.
Oh man, I just saw this picture that Elon posted on Twitter.
Yeah, those engines looking pretty fine. I'm not sure if that's a live view or just an older picture.
This is from several days ago. This is before they had everything hooked up for this test. He's really good at taking things from the right angle so you can't see certain things.
But it just looks so good, doesn't it?
Yeah. But
Did you guys see the camera strapped to the ground with the rebar pointed at the pad underneath?
No, I haven't. That's hilarious.
It's right on the edge of the pad to the toward the beach side. It's got 3 pieces of rebar connected over top of it to hold it in place.
You think it'll work?
Yeah, well, they'll find if they can find it on the beach.
Oh dear. Well, if it's hardwired, it should work up until it doesn't work anymore. But yeah, still stuck at that T-minus 40 seconds. And it's just waiting to happen any minute now. It's going to start up the sequence again, and we're going to actually see it happen. I mean, this is in a good way a description of how they've got their systems integrated for the countdowns. We saw this last with Ship 15. We'll see it again here with Booster 7 and 33 engine static fire. So it's been a while. It's good to test these systems as well. I almost expect to see the timer start, 10 seconds go by, then the water deluge starts.
please hold for Elon.
There are so many people on Sentinel Cam as well, just waiting and watching.
Hey, Zach, by the way, so I'm here at Raptor. There's a few people here. There's a reporter from Germany, and he actually commended you on your skills and he really thinks what you do is great. So just wanted to pass that along.
That's wild. Thank you. Got people all over the world out here, huh? I wish I bet a lot of people wish they could be. Or how many people are out there where you're standing?
So I'd say there's about 9 or 8 people. I'd say. Well, maybe a few, 7 or 8. Yeah, we have we have Mauricio from RGV. He's out here. Got Carlos Nunez. We got a couple. 2 photographers. We got a reporter. Yeah, no, it's a very good atmosphere. Fun conversations. It's always fun being out here watching these events and just there's been times where I've come out here and it's there's a screw up and you spend all day, and honestly at the end of the day you're like, man, I just had a good day. It's not, regardless of whether or not the the testing happened. It's just fun being around like-minded people that you can communicate with on the same levels. Because we all love our families, right? But we can. I'm sure a lot of us can say when we go home at the end of the day or talk to them on the they're interested about this. They think it's cool, but we can get into some deep conversations that you just can't have with some people that you're closest with at times. So no, it's just really really cool to be around like-minded people.
Yeah, I know that feeling for sure. Kind of hard to explain to people the obsession sometimes.
I don't know, it really is, and that's the thing is when people just get it down here, and that's a really special thing about this place. It's it's part of the reason why I moved down, just to because it's kind of where I'm wanting to go with my life. So I thought I'd just put myself right in the center of it, and a lot of great people down here that I've met along the way.
I'm gonna ask something. It's gonna be interesting. We're gonna blow up the chat. We're gonna ask, where is everybody from? So
cool.
put it in the chat. We're gonna see how fast we can get the chat screaming. We currently have over 1,500 people in here. I did the same thing I don't like. We got over 1,500 people in here. That's maybe more than that. What number do you have? Because that's what I had when I last looked.
And commentary, there's 8,100, Thomas.
8,100. Okay. That's a lot more. But yeah, go ahead and put where you're from. I'm in Utah.
Guys, it's counting down. 22, 21.
Oh,
there it goes. Holy cow.
All right, we'll mute ourselves.
Oh. That was fantastic.
Wow. Wow.
I do not see a cam that was looking at it that didn't see the cloud just go beyond the borders. Holy cow. Looking at Raptor Roost at the bottom right there, you can see the cloud is over to the suborbital launch site and all the way past the beach.
Well, somebody asked whether it was going to be higher than the tower. Look at Sentinel or Sapphire.
Wow.
It's hundreds of feet beyond the top. You're talking about 2,000 feet at least.
Did Starship just become the most powerful launch vehicle on the planet?
Good. Okay, Connor, are you there? Are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening. Sorry. Yep. Okay.
Okay, tell me, what was that like?
That was it was a very deep, very very deep rumble. That was one of the coolest sounds I've ever heard in my life. Seriously, that was a very I'm trying to think of the word to describe it. It was very just the scale of it. Like, it felt so just like, I don't know. I really don't even have words. It was such like a massive. It was just such a broad sound. It was just pounding. I'm sure they heard that in South Padre Island for sure.
Did it shake you to the core of your being?
It was like the shaking. Like the shaking wasn't as bad as I would have expected it to be, but it was more. It was. I could feel it. Like underneath my feet, I could just feel it. Like just the vibrations, and it was like. Oh man, that thing, I don't know. It was different. It was a different sound than the three that I heard. That's wow, that was awesome.
What's up, guys? Lewis here.
Hey, Lewis.
Hey, Lab.
Hey. Yeah, I just heard Connor saying that we could probably hear it over here. We definitely heard it and felt a little rumble over here. Sounded like a nice clap of thunder for a few seconds. And to be honest, it was not any louder than the 3 or 6 or 9 or 11 Raptors that were initially test fired in the past.
SpaceX just tweeted full duration, so they've achieved all of their objectives apparently. I didn't get a count of seconds. Did anybody count? I was too awestruck.
I did not.
Wow, that was.
What water?
Did somebody say what water deluge?
I heard wet water as well. That was funny.
I feel like depending on what the pad looks like, I mean, it seems like at least from the Rover 2 cam view and Rover 1, the launch mount looks fine, and so does it looks good on SpaceX's camera as well too. I would not be surprised if they go through this first launch without water deluge.
Well, they did remove the paint from the inside of the launch table legs as we were anticipating, so that happens every time, and successfully paint was removed. But wow, the 33 engines for that period of time, like everybody's saying, they felt it, they heard it, sounded like a clap, but it wasn't as loud as you were expecting for you, Lab, and for Connor. Was it as loud as you were expecting, or was it?
It was.
About the
It
same?
wasn't. It really wasn't as loud as I was expecting, or the vibration. But it was more of a lot. I really don't know how to. It was.
Oh man, the SpaceX is doing a drone rotation around the.
Oh wow.
I don't see.
No,
I don't see any craters underneath the launch mount.
Well, that's a good sign.
It looks super smooth.
Just got sandblasted by 33 Raptors, so I hope it's smooth. But looking at it, yeah, everything looks really good. One thing that I see a lot of that I wasn't expecting is the ice. It seemed to gain some ice, then remove it.
I do see that smoke cloud, or the sand cloud, smoke cloud, whatever you want to call it. It looked like it pretty much reached the sand dunes, if not surpassed the sand dunes on Rover 1.
It's heading right towards me.
Can you smell it yet?
Nope, but it's right. It's right in front of me. It's definitely heading this way. I can just. Yeah.
They'll probably smell like sand and a little bit of smoke mixed in.
Nice. Some
But,
Raptor smells.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
I had some locals here that were really concerned about this test and up in arms about it and getting all prepped up and taping their windows shut. But I must say it really wasn't that loud compared. I'm indoors, but the window that I'm in front of faces directly south, and it just sounded like a nice clap of thunder that had a duration of 4 or 5 seconds.
Yeah, that's a really good piece of news. I mean, as you're talking about, your neighbors are overly concerned about the noise and it breaking windows or something terrible, and it's a distant thunderclap. Like that's good. I mean, you're gonna now have a distant thunderclap for like 2 minutes while it launches, and you can
it'll
hear
probably
it.
get louder. Once it gets above us, it'll get louder for sure. If the duration would have continued on a little bit longer, I could start to feel the foundation here vibrate a little bit, and then it quit right away. But if we would have had an extra 5 seconds, the windows probably may have rattled a hair.
New tweet from Elon. He says, team turned off one engine just before start and one stopped itself, so 31 engines fired overall, but still enough engines to reach orbit.
Nice.
I was off. I thought they would have one that would turn off the middle of static fire, not one beforehand.
So then here's the question. How many Raptors do they need to get to orbit? What is the minimum number of functioning Raptors?
Well, at least 31 will make it to orbit like that.
Mm-hmm.
29 is something with Booster 4 if you look at that option, so 29 would work. I don't know the minimum number. That's definitely a question we should ask Elon. We could probably also figure it out on many different toolboxes to say, well, what's the minimum weight to get 100 metric tons to orbit? That's the limit there. But we're talking about specifically LEO. Wow. I've tried to pull up earthquakes on USGS and I get nothing. Hasn't updated yet. Or it's just nothing to brag about it as far as USGS goes. But I mean, this is a really good test on all sides. It's not as loud, not as violent of a test as a lot of people were expecting or fearing. So only 2 engines had issues, one during static fire and one prior, that they basically turned offline.
I will say the difference between this and the other, because only other firing I've heard with my own ears is SN11. So sorry, just giving. So basically the difference between this and the 3-engine static fire, I'd say to me the 3-engine, it sounded a lot more crisp, and I mean it's got something to do with the way the sound waves bounce off each other with the Raptors. With this, it just sounded so much more grand. I think that's the best way to describe it. It was such a
like an organ
low tone, like just such a low, just very low rumble. But then towards the end, and I couldn't hear it at the beginning, but towards the end, you know that sort of signature Raptor like crackle, like I don't know how to explain it, or like no, not like when the engine shut off. I'm talking just like
during the actual fire,
during the firing, like you just like I don't know, it's I don't know,
like how the air cannot transmit the sound.
Yes. And it makes that just sort of really sharp sound. I started to hear that, but it was instead of like the very, 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 like it was very high. It was a lot lower frequency. That was instead of the typical. I don't know. We'll have to hear a lot better sound recording of it. And you guys will probably get what I'm trying to say, but it definitely is sounded a lot lower and a lot. You could tell there was 31 engines that fired.
Well, chat definitely blew up right when we were wanting to blow it up, but in a different way, in a good way. So that was just so exciting to see everything there. I still don't know the number. Does anybody have a number yet for the time that it went? So I mean, it felt like 3 seconds to me, but I think it was a lot longer than that.
I mean, what did they? I mean, what's full duration to SpaceX? I mean, whatever, because Elon tweeted full duration, so whatever full duration is to them, that's I'm not sure. I mean, it seemed like at least 3 or 4 seconds. Not sure exactly about the exact duration, but
back here and just double check that.
Well, we've got guesses from 6 to 7 to 15 seconds.
It looked like they were kind of earlier on the timer. Let me double check that. Because they reached 0 and they're already static firing.
I don't think it was 15.
I got 6 seconds.
I looked up. I didn't see it right as it lit because it's kind of hard to, unless you're just staring right at it. So I looked right as people say, "Oh, it's going," and it was only a couple seconds later that it stopped. So unless I missed 10 seconds of it, it wasn't 15 seconds.
I got 6 seconds.
I got like 8 for the actual static fire, and then 11 seconds for the fire remaining.
I see. Yeah, the fire remaining did last a little bit longer than the fire itself, or the static itself.
Wow. Okay, so is there anything else we need to go over that's very critical here that we have missed? Because like the time, the number of engines, that one's really hard to tell without Elon or anybody else telling us, because honestly, looking at that, I just see flames.
Yeah. So did you? I didn't think if you guys saw it. So Elon tweeted. He said the team. That's why I said 31 engines. Team turned off one engine just before start, and one stopped itself. So 31 engines fired overall, but still enough engines to reach orbit. And that's what Elon tweeted at 3:20.
The one that stopped, like, that is really good news. It's such a robust system that it's understanding. I'm done. I'm not going to continue. I'm going to shut myself down as safely as possible instead of having something catastrophic happen. So that's really good news.
It's called being a leader instead of following. Do what everybody else is doing. If you know what's wrong, just stop.
Do you stop and just sit down and don't work? Okay. So is that what a normal construction site looks like? The leader is the one who stops and sits down. This is wrong. I got to stop and think about this.
Not doing that.
But no, it's just amazing, like, what these teams have put together. There's like 3,000 employees plus all the subcontractors and everybody else who's put their time and effort and sweat and blood into this thing, and we're getting so much closer to that orbital test flight. That's the biggest milestone that we have to achieve, and after that, it's to the stars.
Okay, wait, seriously, is Starship now the most powerful
Yes.
rocket on the planet? Okay, cool. So we're done with
Yep. I just witnessed the most powerful rocket testing on Earth in the history of this planet. And that's really cool. That's what I'm looking at right in front of me is now the most powerful rocket stage on Earth. That's the
Congratulations,
only one.
Connor. You're one of the few.
Well, hold on. With the -2 engines, is it still?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's almost more than double the the thrust of SLS or Saturn V, if I'm not mistaken. So it's like, with 2 engines missing, they're still well over that mark.
About 4 miles to the southwest of me, which puts it about maybe a mile closer to the launch pad from where I'm at. My chiropractor said that was a window shaker.
So just
it all
rattle
depends
this
on
window.
the wind.
That's it.
Really. It all depends on the window, on the wind. Also, my windows definitely didn't shake over here.
Yeah, still no update on the USGS, which it should have some details for anything there. Like, the closest thing I have is over towards the New Mexico Texas border, and that's it. Like, that was all, and that was let's see here. Today at 6:40 a.m. That's all it has, and it was a 2.6.
I also wanted to give a special shout out to everybody that's been gifting memberships and everyone that has contributed to the donations and super chats. I really appreciate you all helping us keep these channels alive. We got a lot of equipment involved, a lot of man hours involved, a lot of geniuses involved that help make this plan work. I appreciate you all.
Well, it's definitely great to be a part of it. Thank you for having us on. Being able to cover such a epic and realistically historic event is definitely really awesome, and excited to do it again for the launch. Although I may have to be in Starbase for that.
Yeah,
we've been going for almost 6 hours now. It's about 5 hours and 50 minutes. If I've
Is
got
that
my
it?
time right.
That does remind me, I do have to hop off.
That's when we started, but we were sitting there getting all things set up long before then. So,
hey, well, don't go anywhere. They're about to shoot it again.
Well, if so, I'll hop back on. But I need to hop off for now. But thank you everybody for having me on. Thank you, Lab, for the amazing footage. Thomas,
yes, sir.
Later there, sir.
All right, everyone. Take care.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zach, aka CSI Starbase.
Oh yeah, follow on Twitter
Zach
if you guys
with a
haven't
K.
already.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Lab. All right, take care.
See it.
So before we wrap up here, do you want to just finish with the super chats and then the thank yous to everybody else?
I can do the super chats if you get the thank yous queued up.
All right, sounds good.
I got Yodi Racer, $50 US. Hi, Jess. Carlos Miller, $199 US. Your mom's house. Gary McD, $10 US. Superb. Animal, $20 US. Whoa. Thanks, Animal. Your program here worked pretty damn good today. Oops, excuse me. And there you go, Thomas.
I'm still pulling up the commentary, all of the thank yous. So there's quite a few to go through. So let's see here. First, a big thank you to everybody who was working on the system here today. So that would be Arc, Lucid, and Mouser. They've put all of this together, which is a huge task. So that's all of the visuals on the screen, transitions, getting all that all set up for us, and making sure everything works. Huge shout out for you guys. Fortunately, I can't pull up the full definitive list of everybody to thank. So I have to either go by memory or just say thank you to specific people and the group at large here. So definitely a huge shout out, Lab. The setup you've got for all the live streams, it's amazing. As many cameras as you have, and as much of the system you have working in just this amazing way. Thank you so much, because without you, none of this would be here. And a big thank you to all of the mods, the YouTube mods and Discord mods, because they're keeping everything clean. And then I can't remember the rest of everybody to thank. It's been quite a while. There's a few different, I guess you could say, donors as well. Lab, do you want to take it from there?
Yeah, I definitely also want to give a special shout out to Rusty Buckets for keeping this place a cool, groovy gig and nice place to hang out in the chat. She does a lot of stuff for us behind the scenes. And a special thanks to you all for spending your whole day here and commentating and give us your expertise on what we're watching today. It's been great. I love bringing this live action to everybody, and like I said, I'd like to say, as Ozzy Osbourne would say, I thank you all and I love you all.
Well, thank you, Lab. And I guess with that, I'll say adieu. This is Thomas signing off.
And Philly Kid saying good night. Have a good day, everybody. Enjoy. Glad you enjoyed the fire.
Lucid, Connor, do you guys want to say bye before we head off?
Yeah, I'll drop it. So yeah, no, it was great coming on here and talking to everybody today. It's I hope you guys enjoyed the stream and really got a good chance to see the static fire. And obviously, there's a lot of playback opportunities to watch it as many times as you would like. Yeah, just excited for the next event, which seems is the orbital launch, which is something I really didn't think I would be saying so soon, but I think it's a long time coming. But let's get ready for this orbital launch, guys. So, yep, it's Connor signing off.
Yeah, Lucid here. Thanks again, everyone, for joining. This was, in all intents and purposes, one of the most exciting things I've ever seen. And again, thank you for kind of sticking with us during our kind of test run of this new setup. Hopefully the next one will be a bit smoother. But thank you all for joining. We hope to see you for the next test.
And everybody stay tuned on our regular live streams and regular programming as we watch and anticipate this next launch coming up. Supposedly this month, maybe next month. But until then, LabPadre out.